Chapter 1470. Yi Fan was startled. Someone actually asked him for the myriad chi cauldron, and with such an excuse. It was really surprising. The leader was a gray-haired old man. He was tall and wore a robe embroidered with a purple silk 8 trigrams. There was a wooden hairpin in his gray hair bun. There were some wrinkles on his face, and his eyes were lead gray. His expression was cold and stern, giving people a hard feeling. There was a group of people behind him. There were old women, middle-aged men, young girls, and children. They were all cultivators. Such a large group of people walking over was quite imposing. This palace hall was grand and magnificent. Those who could enter and exit were all of extraordinary status. Since they dared to come here to interrogate, it was obvious that they had some confidence. Saint Physique with the surname Yi, return my clan's treasure cauldron. It doesn't belong to you. A young girl shouted. She was beautiful, but at this moment, she was full of hostility. That's right. That is my clan's celestial item. You can't take it for yourself. Another man echoed. A large group of people stood behind the old man. All of their expressions were cold and did not have a trace of kindness. It was as if they were asking for a debt from a villain. There was indifference and ruthlessness on their faces. Ji Ziyue did not know whether to laugh or cry. She knew better than anyone how the myriad chi cauldron came about. These people were too clumsy in extorting others. Wasn't this robbery? She had a good temper. She smiled and said, "You keep saying that this cauldron belongs to you. Based on what? Do you know its origin?" "How can we not know? Our ancestor was left by the great emperor," the leading old man said. His lead gray eyes flashed with cold light. Yi Fan's expression changed. He put away his smile and revealed a serious expression. He thought of some legends. Could it be that group of people? The dragon horse, on the other hand, did not have such a good temper. It was rather violent because it really hated this kind of people. They were unscrupulous to the point of taking advantage of others. It made the dragon horse want to slap them and turn them into mush. It shouted, "You even want to snatch the cauldron of myriad chi. How can you say that the Bell of Beginning and the Tower of Desolation belong to your family?" Pang Bo and Ji Hao Yue also came forward and prepared for battle. Based on their intuition, they felt that someone was looking for trouble. They came with ill intentions. There would most likely be a bloody battle. Who are these people? He actually wants to fight for the source root of myriad chi. Isn't this request a little too much? There are really all sorts of extraordinary things happening these days. Even if this cauldron is a supreme treasure that is unparalleled in the world, there is no need to use such an excuse to fight over it, right? There were many cultivators in the Jade buildings, and when they saw this, they were shocked. They began to discuss in low voices. They didn't recognize this group of people. However, Yi Fan was frowning. He did not immediately reject these people because he thought of some past events. Back when he was roaming the northern region, he had been to Vicious Dojo and seen the secret land where the Black Empress was trapped. He had also been to the place where the heaven-devouring demon jar had appeared. Be it the Black Emperor or Duanda, both of them had told him some secrets. The Vicious bloodline did indeed have descendants. This was a fact. Back then, when Vicious disappeared, his heaven-devouring demon jar was passed down to his descendants. However, it was a pity that no matter how great a legacy was, there would come a time when it would fall. Vicious lineage was trapped in a few training grounds in the northern region, and in the end, it fell into decline and completely disappeared. It was originally a great legacy, but unfortunately, due to various reasons, it was brutally destroyed. Some said that Vicious' murderous intent was too strong back then and harmed the harmony of the world. In the end, her descendants were cursed by the heavens, and that was why this lineage quickly declined. Others said that Vicious was extremely talented and had killed a saint with a body of flesh and blood. She even entered the 7 great forbidden grounds and killed the unparalleled existences inside, thus creating a great grudge. When she was alive, the world naturally submitted to her and all living things were silent. Not a single person dared to challenge her, and the entire world crawled beneath her feet. She could be considered the only ruler since the ancient times. However, once she passed away, the result would be different. Whether it was the saint who received the protection of the heavens and transformed into flesh and blood, or the supreme beings in the forbidden grounds, they would all come out for revenge. They would destroy her training grounds and kill her descendants. Therefore, even though the vicious bloodline had the heavenly technique and the heaven-devouring pot, they were ultimately defeated and erased from the world. Later on, Duanda went to pay his respects and searched through all kinds of ruins, finally digging up the heaven-devouring pot. Yi Fan stared at these people and the old man in the lead. He wanted to see if they had cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic art or not, but he didn't gain anything. Are you the descendants of great monarch Vicious? Since you know, then hand over the myriad chi cauldron. The young men and women responded with cold expressions. Is this true? Everyone was in an uproar. Everything they saw today was too unbelievable. Vicious shook the past, present, and future. Were these her descendants? Impossible. Pang Bo shook his head and walked into the starry sky. He had heard many rumors about the great empress. How could a vicious person have descendants? You are all lying. The empress has never married. Jizua blinked her large eyes and her expression turned cold. As a woman, she naturally admired and respected the beautiful Vicious. She hated these people who spoke nonsense for the sake of seizing the weapon. Vicious looked down on the past and present. After Di Zun, she was one of the few people who were honored as the Celestial Emperor. The South Mountain Celestial Emperor's name shook the world. Until now, there was a lot of evidence that pointed to him being a vicious person. Of course, this was only a title that people respected for a period of time. It wasn't his true title. In any great era, in any great turmoil, those who fought the world with their own strength, shocked the past and present, and created unprecedented events would inevitably be respected as the Celestial Emperor for a period of time. Vicious naturally didn't like any man. She has never married in her life. Yi Fan shook his head and explained to everyone. Vicious was all alone. When she was young, she depended on her brother, but soon, her only relative was taken away by the Yuhua god dynasty, leaving her alone. She had once been a little beggar and wandered around. Later, she was raised by someone in a mountain village. After she achieved the Tao, when she looked back, she only felt sad and rarely happy. Her descendants weren't of her bloodline. It was the young men and women of this village who left her legacy to them. Everyone was stunned. For a moment, they were filled with emotions. And these were the historical truths that Duanda and the Black Emperor pieced together. As for the truth, Yi Fan couldn't say whether it was right or wrong. Vicious life was shrouded in fog. It was difficult for the future generations to truly see through her. Vicious has a mortal body. Back then, she was thought to be too ordinary and didn't have any cultivation talent. The Yuhua god dynasty didn't take a fancy to her at all. I didn't expect that. It was precisely because of this that the extraordinary great empress appeared. Sacred body of the human race, are you going to return it or not? Behind the gray-haired old man, a few young men shouted with cold expressions. It was as if they were really asking for their own things on behalf of their creditors. They were already a little impatient. In that case, you guys are the descendants of that village. Didn't they say that this lineage disappeared? Even the heaven-devouring demonic pot was buried in the yellow soil? What evidence do you have? Yi Fan asked calmly. He was sure that these people didn't cultivate the heaven-devouring demonic art and didn't have that kind of aura. If a random person jumps out and says that he is the son of great Emperor Wuxia, the son of Emperor Qing, and the grandson of Di Zun, can he also inherit everything from them? Pang Bo sneered. Everyone roared with laughter. Exactly. Could it be that if someone stands out and says that he is the grandson of Di Zun, he can rule over all of us? The entire universe will revere him as a supreme deity? Quite a few people cursed silently. Many people directly shouted out, full of disdain. As her descendant, I naturally have some evidence. Come and take a look. When he spoke up to hear, the gray-haired elder unfolded a painting scroll. On it was a heaven-devouring pot that released immortal might. Strand after strand of black radiance seeped out, so blinding that one couldn't open their eyes. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was just a painting scroll. That humanoid and graceful pot was vivid and lifelike, as if it had life and was about to walk out. This was strand after strand of emperor might. Is a painting scroll left behind by your ancestor still not enough? The gray-haired elder said. There was a woman on the painting scroll. Her beautiful hair was tied up high, dignified and solemn, beautiful to the extreme. The heaven-devouring pot was held in her palm, strand after strand of black radiance erupting. This left everyone shocked. This really seemed to be the work of an emperor. In the ancient times, when an ancestor was about to pass away, they would all erect a portrait for their descendants to admire. The demonic pot indicated that it came from the hands of a great emperor, so it was clearly a vicious person. Is this what a vicious person looks like? It is rumored that no one in the later generations was able to see his true appearance from the stone engravings of the historical remains. Everyone was stupefied, their hearts shaken. They all raised their heads, their eyes staring unblinkingly. This was left behind by the ancestor. Can it be used as evidence? The elder in the lead's gray eyes released radiance. Yi Fan said, "If you are the descendant of a vicious person, why don't you go to the eastern wasteland to find the heaven-devouring pot? Instead, you care more about my all-life energy cauldron? I will naturally make a trip to Big Dipper." Someone replied. Yi Fan didn't pay them any attention. He walked up, avoiding the strand after strand of black radiance from the demonic pot. He only stared at the woman in the painting for a long time, his heavenly eye continuously flowing with golden multicolored light. This isn't the vicious great emperor. This woman doesn't have that kind of style. Her appearance and temperament are both different. I have seen her hazy figure in the lightning tribulation before. This was drawn by the later generations and added to it, standing side by side with the pot. Yi Fan solemnly told them the truth while glaring at them. What a joke! How could it be drawn by the later generations? The demonic pot has the seal of the emperor's prestige. How could it be fake? If it wasn't left by the ancestor, who could have gotten it? The old man sneered. Pang Bo stood out and said, "It's ridiculous. Let alone the fact that you guys aren't the descendants of the vicious great emperor. Even if you are, you don't have a reason to come and take it. There are so many treasures in the ancient times. Once one person gets it, it can't be changed in the future, right? The most despicable thing is that you guys are pretending to be the descendants of the vicious great emperor. It's too despicable." Ji Ziyue also scolded them. At this moment, Longma looked like he was possessed by Duan Da, Black Emperor, and Tu Fei. His saliva splashed as talismans flew out of his mouth. He scolded and cursed loudly. His voice and saliva had turned into the Tao principles, making clanging noises. In other words, he was a spitfire. Yi Fan's eyes brightened as he gazed at the ancient scroll. His original heaven eye wasn't different from the others. It was very special as it released a flow of principle to restore the truth. The scroll changed all of a sudden. The woman disappeared, leaving only the heaven-devouring evil jar. Moreover, a faintly discernible word appeared on the jar. Seal. Yi Fan shouted. What descendants? This is the seal drawn by the vicious great emperor. Most likely, you guys are the ancient devils of a territory that have come back to this world. Everybody was startled. The jar indeed had the word seal on the scroll. Wisps of emperor's aura emitted from it. Although it was about to fade away, it was very real. You've desecrated the portrait of my tribe's ancestor. You've destroyed her Dhamma body. You're wicked beyond redemption. Today you must be punished, shouted the old man. Yi Fan's eyes brightened as he stared at the group and shouted, No matter how well you disguise yourselves, you can't hide from my original heaven eye. There's a terrifying energy fluctuation in your blood. It's not the bloodline of the human race. How could you be from the vicious generation? Most likely, you're from an enemy clan sealed by the vicious. Now that you've come out to take revenge on the vicious, you want to destroy everything she left behind. Everyone was in an uproar. Everything was in chaos. Human race's sacred physique. You deceived the world to gain fame. You're an executioner who has harmed many of our fellow Taoists. Today, I will expose you as the greatest demon in this world. At this time, another group of people rushed over. The one in the lead was also an old man. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Ji Haoyue and the others were roused. This was clearly targeting them. Now, the reputation of the human race's sacred physique was resounding. How powerful was the alliance to dare to do this? One had to know that this was the last trial of the human race. It wasn't an ordinary place. Chapter 1471. What's going on today? Why are all kinds of monsters appearing? Pang Bo's gaze swept across the group of people and said bluntly. The old man in the middle was tall and mighty. He had a curly beard and bright eyes. He introduced himself as Wang Tianyu, and a group of people followed behind him. They all looked like victims. I have evidence for what I said. Back then, there was a group of amazing geniuses who set foot on the ancient road of the human race with a divine physique. They were secretly persecuted and had their flesh and blood devoured. The tragedy has not been solved yet, but it can be pointed at Yi Fan. Otherwise, there might be a few more brilliant divine stars now. Wang Tianyu's words were sonorous, like a golden bell buzzing. Aren't you slandering me? How can you frame Yi Fan? Longma was furious. They all knew that the incident back then was done by Rue Wei. Yi Fan saw through it during the 81st round of the human race. In fact, she was also a pitiful person. Her physical body was taken over by a demonic creature, and her primordial spirit was deprived of her consciousness. I'm not wrong. Let me ask you, who back then had the ability to do it silently? Moreover, this kind of cultivation technique that devours human flesh and blood came from the Big Dipper. If it wasn't the divine physique, who could it be? Wang Tianyu's voice was stern as he questioned loudly. Behind the old man, someone echoed and reprimanded. In a dignified battle, others will respect you. However, this kind of sneak attack, assassination, and devouring human flesh and blood is even more evil than a demon. The world cannot tolerate it. Yi Fan looked at them coldly. Although these people who came for him were not weak, they were not enough to deal with him. Obviously, there was someone backing them up. GZUS sneered. You people are distorting the truth and splashing dirty water. What's the point of such a low-level and despicable frame-up? Who will believe it? Longma said coldly, I really want to slap all of you to death with my hoof. All of you are blind. How dare you frame us? Are you tired of living? Among them, some people's eyes flickered and seemed to be a little afraid. However, Wang Tianyu's words were sonorous. He was a true master, extremely powerful and unfathomable. He said, It's useless to threaten us. You should know that this is still an open case and has not been solved yet. Everyone on the ancient road knows how powerful the Saint Physique is. His cultivation technique also comes from the Big Dipper, which is very similar to the murderer. Who else could it be if not him? Boring. What's the point of doing this? Tell me, what do you want? Yi Fan said calmly. I just want to seek justice for the heroes who died. I can't let them die without knowing why, said the old man. The onlookers retreated, not wanting to get involved in the quarrel. Yi Fan's gaze was frightening as he said, How could you say such a thing and splash dirty water on me? You guys seriously lack a bottom line. Since you dare to do it, don't be afraid of being exposed by us. I believe that the law enforcers on the ancient road will find out the truth and comfort the dead. The old man Wang Tianyu sneered. Will the law enforcers investigate me because of you slandering me? Yi Fan sneered. At this moment, someone in the distance beat the heavenly drum. It was extremely oppressive and resounded through the clouds. Two people flew over and quickly entered the Jade Palace. I feel that there is a need to thoroughly investigate you and see what kind of person you are. An expert dressed in Daluo Silver Essence battle armor approached and said loudly. The other person was also dressed in the same way. Daluo Silver Essence battle armor flickered with a silvery white luster. His entire body was bright and dazzling. Only the most powerful law enforcers would have such battle armor. The two great experts personally arrived and said such words made the scene a little nervous. People felt the seriousness of the matter. They were going to take action for real. Did this represent the intention of a group of old antiques on the ancient road of the human race? Ji Haoyue, Pang Bo, and the others didn't take it to heart at first and were too lazy to argue. They thought that even if someone came to stir up trouble, so what? But now they were all shaken. The appearance of the law enforcers represented the attitude of the ancient road. Were they really going to act ruthlessly? This group of law enforcers embodied the will of some important figures on the ancient road. This meant that the situation was very serious now. No one had expected it. Why? Yi Fan's expression was calm as he stared at the two of them. The ancient road pays particular attention to fairness. If you fight fair and square, we won't interfere. However, we won't do it in the training field. Instead, we will secretly ambush competitors in the resting holy city. We cannot tolerate this, a law enforcer shouted. His words were stern and righteous. The silver battle armor on his body flickered, accentuating his imposing manner. There is no evidence yet and you're in such a hurry to convict me? Are you investigating me? Yi Fan's face darkened. This kind of behavior was too unsightly. Even if they wanted to deal with him, there was no need to be so anxious and shameless. Yi Zi, we have to consider breaking out. This matter is not ordinary. They are deliberately targeting us. They won't talk about right or wrong. A lousy excuse is enough. Pang Bo secretly transmitted his voice. In front of them, the old man with lead-gray eyes who was the first to stir up trouble was incomparably cold. A cruel smile hung at the corner of his mouth as he stood to the side. Wang Tianyu was the same. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding killing intent. The two law enforcers' expressions were stern as they stared at Yi Fan. Their gazes were cold as if they had determined that he was the murderer back then and were asking for details. Mother Fastress Kerr. Is this the will of some big shots on the ancient road of the human race? Bastard level 13, are you trying to force us to rebel? Longma secretly clenched his teeth. Today's matter was too strange. At this moment, one of the law enforcers solemnly mentioned another matter and said, back then in the 10th city of the ancient road of the human race, an entire star collapsed. Someone saw you stealing a cellar of divine liquid left behind by ancient celestial being. Is this true? That was the 20-year battle of the Holy Spirit. A total of 7 places had taken place. The ancient road had collapsed and the Holy Spirit Supreme, who was sealed by ancient celestial being, had come into being as a ghost. In the battle of the Great Moon Slope, Yi Fan had contributed greatly and killed a few stone men. He had fought for 20 years and was cursed by a terrifying expert of the Holy Spirit Supreme. He had been in a dangerous situation for a long period of time. That battle had lasted for 20 years. Yi Fan had made outstanding contributions and the rare divine light platform in his hands had been rewarded because of this. Yi Fan had definitely made contributions in that battle. Now, the law enforcers wanted to punish him. This made Longma and the others so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They had indeed obtained some divine liquid, but they had fought for it with their lives and not stolen it. Are you guys crazy? Do you really have no excuse to get rid of us? Longma roared, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Let's leave. They are already shameless. Any lousy excuse can be a reason to kill us. Since they dared to do this, they definitely have nothing to fear. Let's leave this city first. Pang Bo said. Ji Haoyue agreed. There was no reason to talk. They had to break out of the encirclement first. It's too late. The city gates have already been closed and completely sealed, Yi Fan said. This caused the others' expressions to change. This was the human race's final pass. The entire city was constructed from special divine materials. Even if the great sage fell here, it would be difficult for him to escape. This was equivalent to a terrifying city-shaped supreme treasure. Human race holy body. Do you admit to your crimes? One of the law enforcers shouted loudly. His expression was strict and silver radiance fluttered about his body. He looked extremely formidable, but Yi Fan and the others felt extreme disgust. You guys are despicable and inferior. Too lacking in class, Yi Fan said coldly. Are you questioning our impartiality? One of them said coldly. Impartiality my ass. I will slaughter you all. Longma shouted loudly and wanted to take action. Behind him, the ancient golden pung spread its wings and wanted to dive down. It wanted to see who could move first. Yi Fan waved his hand, telling them not to act rashly. He coldly stared forward. Good. You guys want to attack the human race's enforcers? You guys are too bold. The two enforcers shouted in unison. There's no right and wrong. You guys are distorting black and white. Your excuses are so lousy and yet you don't even blush. You really want to rebel against us. Ji Ziyue's lips curled up. However, she wasn't too worried. She looked at these people coldly. Where are the protectors of the human race's ancient path? Yi Fan transmitted his voice loudly. He couldn't be bothered to speak to the people in front of him. Otherwise, he could only use the Celestial Emperor Fist. Daoist Tiangang transmitted his voice and said, the human race's final pass originally had protectors overseeing it. However, they left in a hurry not long ago. Something big seems to have happened in the distant star region. He was sent away by someone. Yi Fan nodded and then shouted into the distance. Since you guys have already acted so brazenly to this extent, it's obvious that you are dealing with me. What's the point of keeping your face? Just come out. I will fight a bloody battle with you all. We are here to enforce the law. Everyone, please retreat and stay far away from here. The two enforcers shouted and let the onlookers leave. The scene immediately became much quieter. However, the sky was densely packed with people. How could they miss such an event? Everyone was watching. How hypocritical. You guys have already come this far. What face do you still want? Just take it off and throw it on the ground. Show me your fangs. Pang Bo mocked. Speak. Who are you guys? What enmity do I have with you? Yi Fan asked. At this moment, he turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced over. However, at this time the other two figures moved. One was the gray-haired old man, and the other was Wang Tianyu. Terrifying auras erupted. Without a doubt, they attacked Yi Fan. They were actually two great sage. Yi Fan's expression changed. He quickly dodged and stood in the distance. He said, "What a big lineup. Two great sage have just appeared. They really think highly of me." Hey, you guessed right. How could I be the descendant of a ruthless person? I can't wait to wipe out everything she left behind. The gray-haired, gray-eyed old man sneered and said, "Back then, my race's supreme being slaughtered the world and swept through the myriad regions. In the end, she was smashed into pieces by a ruthless person. She even took out a demon sealing diagram and directly sealed my entire race. How ruthless. She only appeared today." He was full of resentment and his expression was cold. He really wasn't human. The terrifying blood in his body emitted a silver-white light. "Don't look at me. I was only invited here to help," Wang Tianyu said coldly. Yi Fan looked at the two enforcers and said, "It seems that you guys colluded with the alien race. Is the problem with you guys? However, you don't have that much face. There's still someone else, right? Come out together." The two enforcers' faces were cold. Not far away, a teenage child also appeared. His face was full of resentment and his eyes were filled with hatred. This child, isn't he the one who left not long ago? At that time, I was still wondering why he had so much resentment towards us. It seems like there really is quite a bit of enmity. You killed my uncle. You might have forgotten, but our race has never forgotten. We've been waiting for you for many years. The child said fiercely. Who's your uncle? Yi Fan asked. Our race is surnamed Lu. On the human race's ancient road, no one has ever dared to casually kill a direct descendant of our race. An enforcer said. Clearly, this was an enormous family. The teenage child's gaze was sinister and ruthless. It didn't match his age and was very cold. He said, "My little uncle has returned. As a saint king, you aren't much. You won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. Even the two great sage are friends with him. They're his friends." Chapter 1472. This youth looked like he was only in his teens. His expression was filled with resentment and hatred. His eyes were cold as he stared at everyone like a venomous snake. The expert surnamed Lu? Yi Fan thought about it but couldn't recall anything. That was because he had fought many battles along the way, especially during the chaos of the saint spirits. He had fought bloody battles for 20 years, and his spirit bones had flown everywhere. You can't remember? You killed my uncle and didn't leave any impression. You really are an executioner who kills people like flies, shouted the youth resentfully. Nameless people won't be able to enter my heart, said Yi Fan. You! The youth was furious. The clansman he cared about didn't even have a place in the other party's heart. This hurt his self-esteem. Saint Physique, you really are arrogant. One of the two enforcers shouted. His entire body was covered in silver armor that was flowing with radiance. It was bright and translucent, as if the bright moon was illuminating the world. Yi Fan stared at him and felt that he looked familiar. When he looked closely at the Daluo silver armor, his expression changed as he recalled a scene from the past. Could it be Lu Yi, that despicable fake enforcer? In the second city of the human race, an enforcer named Lu Yi had appeared. He was cold and cruel, and had wanted to use his status to order people to lock up Yi Fan and kill him. At that time, everyone was a bit stunned. Even Yi Fan was shocked. But reality proved that he was a fake. He was just a nephew of an enforcer who had impersonated his uncle's armor and acted domineeringly. In the end, although there were people protecting him, Lu Yi was still pierced by Yi Fan's ice-cold spear. He was nailed to the bluestone floor, blood flowing everywhere. It was also that battle that made Yi Fan famous for the first time on the human race's ancient road. You are Lu Ye's clansman? That's right. It had been so many years. Yi Fan originally thought that things had calmed down. As an enforcer, he wouldn't do anything out of line. Who would have thought that this would happen? This clan was unbridled and domineering, wanting to get rid of him. Over the years, if it wasn't for the fact that he had been traveling in the Golden Ancient region, a place that ordinary cultivators couldn't reach, he would have long been targeted. Young man, you are too ruthless. Even if Yi was wrong, you didn't have to take his life. You brought this upon yourself, said a law enforcer. Are you his uncle? Yi Fan asked. Not bad. Lu Mingda nodded. Back then, Lu Yi wore his battle armor and headed to the second human city. In the end, he died and his blood spilled in the starry sky. Yi Fan scolded, as a law enforcer on the ancient path of stars, do you still have a conscience? Covering up for your relatives, knowingly breaking the law, unscrupulous, domineering, and cold-blooded, do you think you're fit to be a law enforcer? I'll rip off your clothes and skin. You're filthy to the point of disgust. Lu Mingda's expression immediately darkened. Even though the spectators were far away and couldn't hear the rebuke, it still made his expression extremely gloomy. A nest of snakes and rats. Oxhead and Horseface are all here. These people are clearly shameless. Pang Bo mocked. Clearly, this was an alliance of several powers. They colluded together to surround and kill Yi Fan without the slightest scruple. It was useless to reason with them. Clap, clap. Someone clapped his hands as he calmly walked over from afar, entering this bejeweled jade palace. His face carried a type of indifference, as well as a type of mockery. He said, "You're right, a righteous young man. Unfortunately, in this day and age, this kind of person will not live very well." This was a tall, handsome young man in golden armor. He had a violet gold crown on his head. His entire body was tall and strong, and his eyes were very sharp. Little uncle, quickly kill him and avenge Uncle Lu Yi. The young man with a resentful gaze shouted. In reality, his real age didn't match his appearance. The young man with the violet gold crown said indifferently, "Don't worry, none of them will escape. They will all be buried with him." Although his words were very calm and his voice wasn't very loud, there was a kind of pressure and an indistinct soaring aura. Pang Bo, Ji Hao Yue, and the others coldly stared at him. They felt a dangerous aura from this person. This didn't seem to belong to a saint king, but rather a great sage. He's Lu Feng. He's been missing for more than 100 years. This genius has returned. It really is him. He's a heaven-defying talent of the younger generation. His strength is so great that many of the older generation are tongue-tied. I heard that he went to train and pay a visit to a famous master. He's been gone for more than 100 years. In the distance, some of the natives in the city recognized the young man's identity and were deeply astonished. This was the #1 expert of the Lu clan with great potential. At this time, Lu Feng's aura naturally spread out, revealing the prestige of the great sage. Immediately, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. In the city, many people sighed in admiration. The Lu clan was indeed powerful and had deep roots. They were one of the strongest clans on the ancient road. Decades ago, the old ancestor of the clan passed away in meditation and lost the halo of the ancient road's protector. But not long after, Lu Feng returned and stood among the ranks of the great sage. All of a sudden, the clan once again stood at the peak. Lu Feng had cultivated for less than 300 years and had already become the great sage. No matter where he was, he would be extremely outstanding. Now that he had returned, he was naturally like a majestic divine mountain towering over everyone, shaking their souls. The Lu clan is truly amazing. Another great sage has risen up, and he's still so young. His strength has increased greatly on the human ancient road. Many people sighed. This was a fact. Lu Feng wasn't even 300 years old. Compared to the great sage who had a lifespan of 6,000 to 7,000 years, he was truly too young. After so many years, I can finally make my move. That youth with resentment in his eyes coldly spoke. In the past, the Lu clan was calm and tranquil. The main reason was because the old great sage had passed away, so they didn't dare to go overboard. Secondly, It was because Yi Fan's traces were hard to find. He had always been on the golden ancient road and the ancient mythological realm. They really think highly of us. 3 great sage have come to attack. Longma grinned. He wanted to laugh, but it was even uglier than crying. We must send you guys on your way, so it's naturally better to be a bit more serious. The enforcer Lu Mingda coldly laughed. Everything was under control. 3 great sage had come out together. Who could contend against them? In reality, a single great sage was enough to sweep through a starfield. This time, with 3 experts gathered, they could wipe out tens to hundreds of ancient and powerful races. These people were very careful. This was equivalent to a fatal attack. Jianghu Yue didn't smile. He loudly berated. Are you still the enforcers of the human race? Don't you have any sense of shame? It's fine if you enforce the law unfairly, but you even colluded with alien races to kill the elites of the human race. Simply shameless to the extreme. Words cannot be spoken so carelessly. You guys have done many evil deeds on the ancient road. Today, you even wanted to kill the enforcers. You were jealous of the talented and wanted to harm the young great sage of my Lu clan. Therefore, we must kill you all without mercy. Lu Mingda coldly spoke. His gaze was sinister as he said, there are no alien races here. Also, the living will always be more valuable than the dead. Is a young great sage of my race worth less than a few corpses? I believe that even if people blame us in the future, they should understand this logic. You guys are truly filthy and shameless to the extreme. Even the taciturn Gu Jinpeng was angered. He couldn't help but flap his wings. His golden wings flickered with resplendent light as he wanted to pounce forward. The chainmail on Lu Feng's body flickered like golden scales. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking strong and valiant. Rays of light shot out from his eyes as he released the terrifying aura of the great sage. As a great sage who wasn't even 300 years old, he had enough confidence to look down on everyone, surpassing the heroes of his generation. Since 3 great sages have come, why do you have to be so despicable? Wouldn't it be easier to directly make a move on us? Yi Fan said. He looked around, searching for other enemies in the dark. Lu Feng didn't care at all. He casually said, if I don't want you guys to die a quick death, I have to make sure that you guys have committed great crimes before I can make a move. Who would believe these crimes? Unless there's something wrong with their brains? Longma angrily said. Lu Feng coldly shook his head. The violet gold crown on his head trembled as he said, only by turning the impossible into the possible will there be a sense of accomplishment and challenge. Making you guys die unjustly, carrying the crimes with you. How delightful would that be? Dream on. In this turbid world, nothing is impossible. With strength you can do anything. I just want to splash dirty water on you guys. Even in death, you guys won't be able to turn the tables, Lu Feng calmly said. F***ck your grandpa. Who do you think you are? The Black Bear Saint was infuriated. I'm Lu Feng, a great sage. I can pinch you guys however I want. Lu Feng calmly turned around and stared at him. This kind of casual words displayed a kind of tyranny, causing people to feel hatred and indignation. However, they couldn't help but admit that this was a terrifying great sage who was hard to deal with. At this moment, another figure walked over from afar. He wore a Taoist robe and carried a large gourd on his back. His eyes were cold. This was a middle-aged man who stopped in the distance. This person was extremely powerful. Yi Fan found him somewhat familiar. He finally realized that this cultivator was very similar to the Tao protector Qi Tian of the human race. He was most likely his son. This caused his heart to sink. What did this mean? Qi Tian might not be far away. It was just as Pang Bo had said. Today, all kinds of monsters and snakes had appeared. People with grievances were all here. This was going to be a big eruption and settle all the grievances on the human race's ancient road. That was because these people knew that Yi Fan was about to leave this road. If he didn't take action now, there would be no more hope in the future. In the future, his heaven and earth would be even vaster. Yi Fan was silent for a long time. He had been sweeping his eyes in all directions. His heaven's eye was wide open, shooting out strands of golden light. He looked at every corner of the human race's final trial. He truly had a clear plan in his heart. I should have seen everything clearly. Since you guys are all here, then make your moves. Who dares to fight against me? His tone was calm. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Yi Fan to dare to take the initiative in front of the great sage. Just now, his divine eyes flickered as he swept his eyes in all directions. Everyone understood what he was doing, but they didn't care. The gray-haired, gray-eyed great sage sneered and said, "Are you an ant trying to shake a tree? So what if you have the human race's holy physique? You dare to fight against the great sage? You don't know the difference between life and death." Lu Mingda sighed and said, "I'm reflecting on whether I've really gone too far this time. I actually invited so many great sage to get rid of you. It's really a little too much." The three great sage pressed forward together. Each of them was terrifying and shocking. The entire ancient city was trembling, as if three demonic gods had descended. Pang Bo, Jianghu, and the others were all moved. These were three undefeatable experts. When they advanced together, it was a fatal blow to a saint king. Yi Fan didn't say a word and walked forward alone. He let Ji Ziyue and the others stay behind and watch the battle. Lu Feng smiled and waved his hand, asking Wang Tianyu and the gray-haired great sage to stop. He said, "Everyone says how amazing the holy physique is. Today let me end his life." Lu Mingda transmitted his voice from behind, as if he was objecting. However, Lu Feng's expression was indifferent and he didn't care. He casually waved his hand and said to Yi Fan, "Let's see how many moves you can take from me." Yi Fan also smiled. His snow-white teeth looked very bright and brilliant. He said, "Are you sure you want to fight me alone?" When these words were said, Lu Feng's face immediately darkened. He was so conceited and looked down on the world. He had become a great sage at such a young age. How could he feel comfortable hearing these words? Not to mention that he wanted to go forward. Even if he didn't have such thoughts, he would definitely fight alone. Lu Feng's expression was cold as he said, "Make your move." Boom. In the next moment, Yi Fan turned into a vast golden ocean. He struck out with unparalleled fist force. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, shocking the world. He arrived in front of him in an instant. With a loud boom, the two collided violently. Chapter 1473. Golden multicolored light filled the sky and pierced through the clouds. If this city wasn't protected by a rare formation, it would definitely shatter inch by inch. With this place as the center, layer after layer of ripples appeared. They flew up from the ancient city walls and soared from the ground. They interweaved in the void and turned into the divine patterns that protected the city. It was precisely these ancient patterns that prevented a world-destroying disaster from happening. The battle between Yi Fan and Lu Feng produced the most dazzling sparks as soon as they clashed. It was as if a flourishing misty rain had bloomed, dazzling and beautiful. Meanwhile, this kind of destructive power could kill tens of thousands of creatures. The battle between the two was too fast. Yi Fan's fist and Lu Feng's secret technique collided in the void. That was the confrontation of divine chains of order, accompanied by the scene of the creation of heaven and earth. In the end, they rushed past each other and separated into two different parts of the sky. They both turned around to look at each other. Their eyes were like little suns, shooting out needle-like radiance. It was exceptionally intimidating. The two confronted each other with cold hostility. Many people's hearts jumped. This was truly a rare battle. A peak 9th heavenly layer Saint King against the great sage. This was a grand occasion that hadn't happened in many years. Wang Long. The next moment, they collided again. They were as fast as two bolts of lightning. Lu Feng opened his mouth and spat out an imprint. It was a dazzling law formed from order as it flew forward. The heaven and earth trembled as if the world was being destroyed. The four directions became unstable as the earth, fire, wind, and water all appeared, wanting to open up a new world. Chaotic multicolored mist danced about. The two retreated once again. Neither of them gained the upper hand. They were evenly matched. Everyone was shaken. Just how powerful was the human race's divine physique? Could it really contend against the great sage? This was simply unimaginable. One had to know that there was a barrier between the Saint King and the great sage. It was known as the Heavenly Chasm and was difficult to cross. Since ancient times, apart from those forbidden by the gods, only a few people could break through it. Even if one cultivated to the peak of the 9th heavenly layer, even if they were just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the great sage's domain, they would still be suppressed here. Of course, there were definitely exceptions.
Some special races, such as the Holy Spirit bloodline, as well as some of the most stunning supreme geniuses, could defy the world and break through this barrier.
Without a doubt, Yi Fan had broken through, which shocked everyone. This was also within reason. Not only was his bloodline powerful, there were even rumors that he stood in the forbidden domain, looking down on everyone. He definitely had the qualifications to look down on the world. Lu Feng's expression was grave and stern, and he was like a fire phoenix.
The sound of the chains on his body rang out incessantly, and upon closer inspection, every single pore on his body had a scarlet divine chain of order that rattled and trembled.
Raging flames surged as he walked over step by step. He really was like an immortal phoenix that had been reborn from the ashes. His aura was several times more powerful than before. "If that's all you have, then I'm really disappointed," Lu Feng said indifferently. Everyone was horrified, and their bones felt like they were about to crack. The great sage's aura pervaded the air, rushing out like a flood, making all directions tremble. Was this his true strength? Yi Fan didn't say anything. He stared at the enemy. He was very strong, but he couldn't afford to be distracted when facing the great sage. After all, there was a barrier between them that restricted the strength of heaven's chosen. Honglong. Lu Feng walked up, his true body shattering the heavens. He was like a deity, and this world couldn't contain his true body. He could ignite and destroy the entire universe. He turned into an immortal phoenix, dancing about in the 9 heavens, covering Yi Fan below and continuously pressing down. This was the suppression of the great sage's powerful magical body. Yi Fan felt a tremendous pressure. His body continuously sank, and his hands struck towards the sky to resist the fire phoenix above, all the way until he landed on the ground, stepping on the city's limestone floor. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out from the limestone floor, but soon after, formation patterns extended outwards. This was the activation of an ancient supreme formation, stopping Yi Fan's sinking momentum. Lu Feng was still pressing down from above. He wanted to use his powerful magical force to crush Yi Fan into meat paste, suppressing him to death. This was a pure suppression of cultivation realm and Tao. Yi Fan's body tensed up, and he did his best to resist. This was the first time he fought back and forth against the great sage. Before this, when he met someone of this cultivation realm, he could only retreat. Suddenly, a strand of golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was extremely fine, and outsiders couldn't see it, but Lu Feng saw it clearly. He immediately smiled faintly. There are so many heroes, but if they can't pass the great sage's trial, they are nothing. No matter how much of a genius they are in the early stages, they are useless in the end. Yi Fan ignored him. This was his great Tao injury, and it would flare up from time to time, but it wouldn't affect his battle prowess. Only a few strands of blood would occasionally flow out, but it wasn't much. Lu Feng naturally didn't know, and thought that he was already injured. He became more and more calm, and the scarlet divine chains of order danced around his body like a phoenix spreading its wings. Kung Chong sounds rang out as it continuously pressed down. Yi Fan felt a tremendous pressure. After all, it was a genius, the great sage, who was taking action. The threat towards him was still great, and he had no choice but to treat it seriously. A loud sound rang out as Lu Feng descended. Yi Fan's feet sank deep into the limestone, leaving behind 2 terrifying footprints. When Lu Feng pressed down for the 5th time, everything below Yi Fan's knees had completely sunk into the limestone, and he could no longer sink down. This was because if he went any lower, he would reach the foundation of the formation. It blocked all pressure and supported the sole of his feet. Many people couldn't help but sigh when they saw this scene. Even though the great sage's barrier had been broken through, a large portion of his power was still suppressed, and it was difficult for him to truly achieve a battle of cultivation realms. Moreover, this great sage was a heaven-gifted person. He was already a heaven-defying genius on the path of cultivation, and now, he was even more terrifying. Everyone watched silently, thinking that Yi Fan was finished. No matter how powerful he was, he most likely couldn't reverse the situation. The suppression of a great cultivation realm made people feel helpless. Lu Feng was very indifferent as he said, "So what if he's a so-called genius? In the eyes of great sage like me, he's just a joke. If he can't enter this realm, he'll just be ashes in the end." He indeed had the right to say this, because the great sage had killed his way out of thousands of enemies, crossed a single log bridge, and experienced everything that a so-called genius had to offer. In the end, He had taken a step forward. "Little uncle, hurry up and kill him. Leave his primordial spirit behind and refine it into my magic treasure as a tool spirit," that teenage child cried out. Lu Mingde said indifferently, "It seems that I've mobilized too many people and actually invited several great sage. I've really worried too much. Since ancient times, which saint king would need to do this? It's really like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife." Rumble. Suddenly, Yi Fan moved. His body actually rose from the stone slab and rushed up against the sky, beginning to attack Lu Feng. This counterattack was too sudden, and no one had expected it.
Just as it seemed that Yi Fan was about to be suppressed, he suddenly erupted, and his aura increased by more than several times.
He attacked Lu Feng head-on. This was the true celestial the Arch Fist, neutral and calm, majestic and majestic.
Every time he waved it, there would be stars flickering in the golden light as if it was condensing a universe.
This kind of fist force was too great, forcing Lu Feng to retreat.
His body was in pain, and just the wind from the fist was enough to make his skin and flesh fall off, leaving behind traces of blood.
Lu Feng's expression changed. This celestial the Arch Fist was indeed worthy of its reputation. He had long heard of it, but he didn't take it to heart at first. Only now did he truly understand how terrifying it was. Yi Fan's fist had the power to smash 10,000 miles.
With a movement of his arm, the sky collapsed, and the ancient city's formation patterns rumbled as if it couldn't bear it anymore.
Not to mention Lu Feng, even the great sage, who was watching the battle from behind, was moved. He was deeply shocked, and the thought of eliminating Yi Fan immediately arose in his mind. Lu Feng was cautious and focused on Yi Fan's celestial the Arch Fist. He spent all his energy on it, afraid that he would suffer a fatal blow and lose to someone of a lower level. Unexpectedly, behind Yi Fan, a 5-colored divine light flashed, and 5 treasured swords slashed forward in unison. He had nowhere to hide.
First, there was a pft sound on his left shoulder, and a very high string of blood splattered out. One of his arms was almost severed.
Then there was a cracking sound, and the purple gold crown on his head was cut in two. His hair was immediately disheveled, and he looked very miserable. Behind him, the child cried out. Meanwhile, Lu Mingde was even more tongue-tied, and he felt a wave of terror. Fortunately, at this moment, Yi Fan and Lu Feng each rushed to one side, and thus avoided each other. Otherwise, it would have been a life-and-death battle. Lu Feng looked forward coldly. He thought that Yi Fan had held back just now and waited until this critical moment to ambush him. He had almost suffered heavy injuries. "Sorry, it's my first time fighting with the great sage, so I'm not used to it. Now that I'm fine, I'll accompany you to the end," Yi Fan said calmly. When the group heard this, they all had the urge to vomit blood. He even had to get used to it? What kind of joke was this? They really didn't know if he was mocking or showing off. These words were definitely fake.
It was most likely that he was estimating the great sage's intent, and using this to measure the strength of the other great sage who hadn't made a move yet.
Now he had a clear idea. This made everyone feel a wave of horror. This was just a sage king, but he could actually rival Lu Feng. Even if he was the newly advanced great sage, it was still frightening enough. "Heh, great sage Lu Feng, didn't you say that you could pinch us however you wanted? The skin on your head was almost sliced off." Longma rejoiced in other people's misfortune and mocked him unkindly. A few tufts of Lu Feng's hair fell out, and they all came out.
He was in a sorry state, and at this moment his face was ashen.
"In my hometown, this is called a watermelon head," Pangbo said, explaining in detail to the others. Lu Feng glared at them. Strands of light shot out, tearing through the void and transforming into sword light that slashed over. Yi Fan shifted 3,000 feet horizontally and blocked in front of him. He raised his fist and smashed out. "Feng, come back!" Lu Mingde shouted. He felt a wave of uneasiness. Yi Fan's strength was too strong and exceeded his expectations. He could actually contend against the great sage. Lu Feng ignored him. His entire body was covered in dark red divine chains, and he transformed into an undying phoenix that swooped over. At this moment, his forehead shone, and a small scarlet person appeared. It stood in front of his forehead and waved a large flag, suppressing forward. Golden multicolored light surged around Yi Fan's body. All of the irregular scenes were displayed and merged together, forming an expanse of resplendent radiance. It was as if time and space had been frozen. Meanwhile, he raised his celestial emperor fist and smashed towards his enemy. This was an intense collision. The two of them had clashed head-on countless times. Secret techniques clashed, and irregular scenes clashed against the great sage's Dao flag. It was as if two heavens were colliding, and from time to time, there would be fragments of great Dao laws scattering down. This confrontation lasted for an extremely long time, and it ended in a miserable manner. A strand of golden blood flowed out from the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. Meanwhile, Lu Feng's entire right arm was smashed apart by a single punch, bone fragments and blood splattering in all directions. "Founder!" The enforcer Lu Mingda shouted loudly. He became ruthless, and a supreme secret artifact appeared above his head. It actually turned into an underworld city, and it emitted an aura that caused everyone to tremble. This was a supreme treasure, the ancestral artifact of their race. Its name was Fengdu. Lu Mingda was also called Lu Mingdu, and it was precisely because of this artifact that he had become famous. Even though he wasn't the great sage, he still made people feel restraining fear. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to the two great sage seniors to make a move. These two were absolutely undefeatable, and they were much higher than the Saint King realm. They were far from what the newcomers could compare to. Yi Fan pulled out a tooth from the tiger's mouth. The instant he injured Lu Feng, he didn't retreat at all. He turned into a streak of floating light and tangled around Lu Feng. He attacked at close range and persevered to kill. The ancestral artifact, Fengdu, pressed down, and the heavens collapsed and the earth broke. In the final pass, the densely packed formation patterns laid down since ancient times were almost unable to withstand it. The two great sages' attacks were even more terrifying. They rushed straight at Yi Fan, wanting to kill him in one strike and not give him a chance. Yi Fan was truly too fast. He dodged like a streak of flowing light, and a rain of blood appeared in the sky. He tore off one of Lu Feng's thighs, and it almost split into two halves, dripping with blood. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken up. This was a great sage, yet he was actually hacked apart by him, and his injuries were severe. Moreover, under this kind of attack, facing such great pressure, just how terrifying was the human race's sacred body. Chapter 1474. Yi Fan carried a bloody thigh and avoided the underworld city Fengdu. He even avoided the two great sages' light beams by a hair's breadth. Like a dancer on the tip of a blade, he turned nimbly and soared into the sky. Fresh blood sprinkled down like rain, dyeing half the sky red. Yi Fan attacked Lu Feng horizontally and rushed out of the encirclement, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Is this real? Even someone with a divine physique like Lu Feng was defeated. His aura of invincibility was broken. The divine physique is too powerful. He actually defeated a great sage. It's simply inconceivable. It's like a legend. A saint king attacked a great sage and succeeded. The divine physique took the initiative. This is truly invincible in the same realm. Lu Feng was a great sage. Even though he had just advanced, his realm was still there. However, he was hacked apart and lost a small part of his body. The colorful organs in his abdomen flowed all over the ground. Everyone almost couldn't believe it. It was too shocking. This was a bloody battle. Lu Feng lost a part of his body and was dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight. He howled in a low voice. Not only was his body in pain, but his spirit was even more miserable. He was a great sage with a natural extraordinary physique. Yet, he was hacked apart just like that and almost lost his life on the spot. If not for Lu Mingda and the others taking action, he might have fallen. Everyone, hurry up and collect the precious blood. This came from the great sage's body and can be used as medicine. Every drop is a magical liquid. This is a rare opportunity. Longma shouted, purposely mocking Lu Feng. Lu Feng's facial features were twisted. He endured the pain and looked over. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. On the other side, Lu Mingda was extremely distressed. This was the Lu family's #1 expert with potential. He was the future pillar of support. If there really was an accident, nothing could make up for it. Little uncle, are you okay? That resentful child was also scared at this time and shouted loudly. On the side, the two great sages' expressions were uncertain. Yi Fan had almost crippled Lu Feng right in front of them. This kind of speed was beyond common sense. It was too fast. It's the move character, an unparalleled precious technique. It involves the domain of time. Otherwise, it would be impossible to avoid my attack. Wang Tianyu muttered to himself. The gray-haired, gray-eyed old man's expression was cold. The silver blood in his body surged and gradually boiled. A powerful aura slowly spread out, causing all the cultivators in the ancient city to tremble. On the other side, Yi Fan stood in midair, calm like a heavenly monument, his expression indifferent. Only, the thigh he was holding in his hand was truly a ghastly sight, and even now, it was still dripping blood. This was the leg of the great sage. No matter where it was, it would shock the world. In this world, the great emperor was nowhere to be seen, and the quasi-emperor was hard to find. This kind of person was the highest combat power. Pang! Yi Fan refined the killing intent in his flesh and threw it out with a shake of his hand. The ancient golden pang soared through the air, its golden divine feathers spreading out, multicolored light shooting out in all directions. It rushed over and picked up the great sage's leg, landing on a heavenly palace in the distance and starting to tear it apart. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, all of them silent out of fear. How shocking was this? Using the great sage's leg to feed a bird of prey, this was truly shocking. You! Lu Mingda was furious. This was a great humiliation for their race. What did they think they were? To be used to feed ferocious beasts and birds. Lu Feng could no longer remain calm. He lost his previous calmness and couldn't help but roar towards the sky. He wanted to go crazy. He was a genius who had been surrounded by a divine halo since he was young and was respected by tens of thousands of people. But now, he suffered such a failure. The human race's final trial was filled with killing intent. A smoke-like pillar of energy rushed up and engulfed all directions. Lu Feng was close to going crazy, his killing intent surging. He wanted to use the heavenly art at all costs to kill Yi Fan and the others. You can't. Lu Mingda walked up and grabbed him, saying, "The great sage is here, so there is no need to risk your life. We can slowly kill him in a bit." Lu Feng's chest rose and fell violently, his breathing heavy. After a long time, he calmed down and began to repair his injuries. His flesh and bones moved rhythmically, releasing cracking sounds. A new leg grew out. Wang Tianyu and the silver-blooded great sage's expressions were cold. They didn't say a single word and locked onto Yi Fan with their Dao laws, ready to launch a thunderous attack at any time. You two, let's kill him together. Lu Feng's voice was hoarse. At this moment, the three great sage walked forward together. The world trembled as a result, as if an ancient giant was going to overturn the heavens, shaking violently. Human race's holy physique. You are indeed very strong. We have to admit that you are a genius with heaven-defying talent. But so what? It can't change the fact that you will die here. Lu Mingda attacked him with words and sneered again and again, wanting to destroy his fighting spirit. You talk too much. We just hacked a great sage. Can't you see the result? Don't tell me it was dog blood that was spilled? Longma said. Lu Mingda's mouth twitched when he heard this, but he quickly calmed down and said, "Unfortunately, you can't change the outcome. You only injured my nephew, but you didn't kill him. You will never have that chance again. Now, the three great sage are here. Do you have a chance to live? How can you fight against them?" Everyone was silent. This was an unquestionable fact. Who could fight against three great sage? Yi Fan was very strong and could fight against those above him, but there was a limit. Lu Feng had just become a great sage. If someone with Emperor's endowment made a move, there was a chance of defeat. However, Wang Tianyu and the gray-haired, gray-eyed old man were obviously strong among the great sage. They had broken through to this realm many years ago. In fact, they might even be standing at the peak of the great sage. Such a gap couldn't be measured. Even if a god came and exchanged places with Yi Fan, it wouldn't change anything. There were many small realms between them, and there was no way to defy the heavens. It could be said that this was a situation of certain death. In this realm, no matter who it was, they would die. Yi Fan was at least 7 or 8 small realms lower than 2 ancient sages. Coupled with the gap of the great sage barrier, it was impossible to defy the heavens. Lu Mingda and the others attached great importance to him. Even if they insulted him verbally, they didn't act carelessly at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invited several great sage to gather and not give him a chance to live. The people in the distance sighed. This was simply an unequal battle. No matter how talented Yi Fan was, there was nothing he could do. There was no place for him to use his skills. If he fought a bloody battle, only death awaited him. Lu Feng completely calmed down. He stepped forward with a cold expression. Together with Wang Tianyu and the silver-blooded great sage, they surrounded Yi Fan. In this world, there is no lack of geniuses. You have the human holy physique, but what can you do? Wang Tianyu said lightly. If you can't become a great sage, you are just a chicken or a stray dog. We can destroy the living beings of a region with a casual strike. Killing you is really easy. The silver-blooded great sage was even more cruel. His eyes were cold and frightening. Although what they said was unpleasant to hear, it was indeed a fact. Once a great sage king was trapped, there was really no suspense. He was destined to be easily killed by the great sage. Lu Mingda also stepped forward. The ancestral artifact Fengdu floated above his head, making him look ghostly and incomparably frightening. He sneered and said, "Today, this old man will teach you a lesson. What is called a lion fighting a rabbit? Strictly speaking, you are very strong. However, in front of the older generation great sage, you are not even comparable to a stray dog. You are nothing." He continuously attacked Yi Fan and the others. He chuckled non-stop as if everything was under his control. Pang Bo, Ji Haoyue, Longma, Gu Jinpeng and the others glared angrily. These people had gone too far. They were about to step forward and fight to the death with them, but they were stopped by Yi Fan. Do you also understand your own situation? You can't change the outcome. Not only you but even they will die. Lu Feng pointed at Gu Jinpeng and the others and said to Yi Fan, "Let's go all out." Pang Bo and Ji Haoyue were prepared for a great battle. What's the rush? Take your time. I will be enough. Yi Fan said. Young man, are you spouting nonsense? Lu Mingda said mockingly. The ancient city is already closed. Even if a god comes, he won't be able to escape. Trying to break out of the encirclement is just a pipe dream. The city gates have finally been completely sealed. I think all of you won't be able to escape. Everyone in the dark, it has been hard on you. Come and accept your death. Yi Fan's words were shocking. Heh! Ji Ziyue's crescent eyes curved. She revealed a faint smile and a small dimple appeared. She waved her small fist and said, I like hearing that. Just an ant, yet he dares to boast so shamelessly. Wang Tianyu was the first to attack. He casually raised his hand and slapped forward. The power of laws was like the sea. Lu Feng, the silver-blood great sage, and Lu Mingda also stepped forward and started to attack. All of them sneered. Yi Fan stood in the sky. He was very calm and did not dodge. He looked at the huge hand pressing down and the divine chains of order intertwined. With a clang, he pulled out an immortal sword. In an instant, the light illuminated eternity. Since you don't care about the rules, I will start a massacre. This voice was like a thunderclap that exploded in the last holy city. Clang! When the angry sword appeared, the mountains and rivers lost their color. It was like a bolt of lightning rising from Yi Fan's palm. Killing intent surged for 100,000 miles. Even the ancient city's formation runes could not stop it. Puh! Blood splattered. With a flash of cold light, Yi Fan's sword chopped off Wang Tianyu's hand. Blood gurgled as his palm and fingers fell, shocking the world. What? Everyone's eyes widened. This was too shocking. Wang Tianyu groaned. At the same time his palm was cut off, a wave of killing intent spread from the wound. His entire arm exploded and turned into a bloody pulp. He was covered in blood as he staggered back tens of thousands of feet. This was too shocking. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They never thought that the situation would reverse so quickly. It was simply unbelievable. Wisps of Emperor Qi filled the air. Everyone in the entire ancient city felt a chill run down their spine. Many people fell to the ground, unable to resist. As soon as the killing sword appeared, the great sage's nomological laws shattered. The scroll that the silver-blood ancient sage spat out was directly torn into pieces. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he flew out. You! So it was you who stole an immortal sword. Lu Mingda was shocked. His eyes were filled with fear. He had thought of everything, but he did not know that Yi Fan had an emperor weapon on him. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. He was already cautious enough, but he was not a roundworm in Yi Fan's stomach. It was impossible for him to know everything.
No! Lu Mingde shouted because he saw that after Yi Fan swung his sword to send Wang Tianyu and the Silver Blood Great Sage flying, he directly slashed at Lu Feng with a peerless immortal light.
Pooh! This time, there was no suspense. The new great sage Lu Feng's head fell to the ground. In front of an emperor weapon, it was not enough at all. Lu Mingde's vision darkened and he almost fainted. That was because that was the hero with the greatest potential in their Lu family, the hope of the entire family. Yi Fan held the bleeding immortal sword in his hand and shouted, "As a law enforcer, you colluded with the foreign races and harmed the elite cultivators of the human race. Your crime is unforgivable. If the ancient road of the human race can no longer be crossed, then I will punish you today." Chapter 1475. Yi Fan held the bleeding immortal sword, his voice resounding like that of a golden bell, directly making one's ears hurt. There was a type of inviolable dignity and great power. Rumble! Lu Feng's head tumbled down, blood splashing outwards. His flesh didn't fall, wishing to reconnect his head. Meanwhile, his primordial spirit even more so wanted to struggle free, fly into the sky. However, he only shook a few times before his flesh suddenly exploded. With a pu sound, his head turned into a bloody paste, primordial spirit unable to rush out at all. This was the killing energy of the immortal sword. When it entered his body, even if he was a great sage, he would still have to nurse a grievance, only able to die. A strand of emperor energy destroyed all of his life force. "Feng'er!" Lu Mingde cried out loudly, his eyes even red. He watched helplessly, but was powerless to do anything. "Little uncle!" That 10-or-so-year-old youth also cried out loudly, his eyes like those of a wolf, staring hatefully at Yi Fan, his teeth clenched to pieces. The clan's hope was shattered. The glorious new great sage of this generation died. They originally thought that his primordial spirit would escape, but who would have thought that his body and soul would be completely wiped out? Everyone in the city trembled under the emperor weapon, greatly horrified. A heaven-warping great sage died just like that? An exceptional ancient artifact appeared, changing the situation, leaving everyone horrified. Immortal sword, spiritual treasure celestial being refined, an exceptional magical artifact, bearing the world's most terrifying will, possessing endless killing energy. An older generation figure released a low roar. This weapon was extremely special. Forget about its matchless destructive power when combined with the formation diagram. Just the sea of killing energy it contained was enough to leave one shaken to the core. It was rumored that this was one of the weapons with the greatest killing energy since ancient times. Difficult to find a match. The sword was dark red in color, lacking much luster, but it possessed a type of terrifying great might. When the sword descended, it was as if even the heavens could be hacked down. This immortal sword was overflowing with ancient intent, but its destructive power was great. Scenes of slaughtering immortals were engraved on its surface, rumored to have been carved into immortal domain. His killing intent shook past, present, and future. From the ancient times until now, there were always confusing rumors, making it hard for people to distinguish between what was true and what was false. "Aren't you still lacking a bit? How can you control this killing sword?" Pang Bo was shocked.
For the past 20 years, they had refined the sword in every possible way. This sword was extremely dangerous.
Even though Yi Fan had mastered the numinous treasure celestial being's expiation scripture, he could not use it freely.
There were always some gaps. Who would have thought that he would actually be able to make full use of it today and be able to go on a killing spree? One had to know that this was an emperor weapon.
If he was not careful, he could injure himself. This final trial is extremely special. The materials used to refine the city are all rare divine materials. Purple Moon has drawn on all of the source to help Yi Fan. Jianghu US secretly transmitted. Pang Bo was surprised and excited. After this fusion, Yi Fan will be able to establish a connection with this sword. It will be of great use in the future. Yi Fan held the sword with one hand and dragged it forward. He took large strides towards Wang Tianyu, who was in front of him. He was determined to kill in all directions. Even if the great sage blocked his way, he would still cut him down. Wang Tianyu's expression changed. At this time, he was really scared. Even though he was the great sage and stood among the strongest in the world, he was still afraid in the face of the weapons of the ancient emperors. This was without reason.
The ancient emperors were all invincible. Their weapons contained their spiritual will and had their invincible Tao. Outsiders could not contend against them at all.
Wait! Wang Tianyu shouted.
He could not withstand this level of immortal sword.
If he could not avoid it, he would most likely die here. Yi Fan's expression was cold.
The immortal sword in his hand was dripping with blood, but he did not stop at all.
The pressure caused the void to distort.
He raised his hand and slashed over.
Wang Tianyu quickly dodged, but the sword chi was like a vast ocean, rolling and pressing down.
It was so vast that he could not avoid all of it.
This was because he was trapped in the city.
Movement was inevitable, and it was difficult for him to escape.
At this critical moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a large flag. It fluttered in the wind. This was his famous weapon.
It emitted a terrifying holy might, as if it was another him.
Crack! The result made everyone's entire body go cold. With just one sword strike, Yi Fan broke the great sage's flagpole.
All the laws and order came to an abrupt stop in an instant.
In the end, with a loud bang, the flag exploded and was completely shattered. It was destroyed by this ripple and turned into dust. How could they fight?
With the arch-weapon in hand, Yi Fan was almost invincible.
Who could compete with him?
He was not someone that humans could contend against unless they borrowed the arch-weapon.
What should we do? Everyone was anxious. Originally, encircling and annihilating Yi Fan was a grand event. They were destined to succeed and take his head. Who would have thought that it would develop to this stage? Wang Tianyu shouted, wanting to stall for time. It was too late for regrets. He had never thought that a saint king could endanger a great sage like him.
However, there was a hint of coldness at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth.
How could he stop just like that? These people all wanted to kill him just now, so there was no way he would give them a chance to catch their breath. Chi! A ray of sword light lit up. It was dazzling and imposing as it slashed down.
This time, Wang Tianyu spat out a mouthful of blood essence and turned into a Tao body to bear the calamity for him.
Unfortunately, this was completely useless. The sword light still slashed down. His other arm flew off and was directly cut off. This was the result of his divine speed. With a bang, half of his body exploded. Blood mist and broken bones were everywhere, splattering in all directions. The arch-weapon could not contend against it. Even the great sage couldn't. Even if it didn't hit, just the aftershocks brushed past, the offensive was incomparable. Even great emperors wouldn't be able to withstand it. Wang Tianyu's soul almost left his body. He was terrified. For so many years, he stood at the peak of martial arts and had long forgotten what fear was. Now, he actually experienced it again. No! He roared, full of unwillingness. He quickly retreated, but his body was breaking apart inch by inch. Although the ripple that brushed past him was only a wisp, its aura was not extinguished. It was destroying his flesh and bones. With a whoosh, a small blue person screamed and rushed out from his skull. His primordial spirit flew away, and his physical body collapsed. It was torn apart by the ripple, dripping with blood. With a rumble, Wang Tianyu reconstructed his physical body in the distance. It had to be said that the great sage was extremely terrifying. He couldn't be speculated with common sense. He only had a primordial spirit and some essence blood left, but he could still reconstruct a body out of thin air. However, what awaited him was still a killing sword. Yi Fan locked onto him and stared at him, slashing down. Bloody light danced 3,000 feet. Life and death were in the blink of an eye. It was a pity that a great sage suffered consecutive disasters. This time, he was directly cut in half at the waist. The upper half of his body flew up and rushed tens of thousands of feet away before turning into a pool of blood. The upper half of his body carried the murderous aura, and Wang Tianyu was destroyed. Although the lower half of his body was damaged, his leg was still intact. There was no murderous aura left, but it wasn't completely destroyed. Dead. Another great sage is dead. Everyone was so frightened that a layer of goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. This killing sword was too terrifying. It possessed the strongest murderous aura in the world, and it destroyed an older generation great sage. This is unbelievable. Everyone trembled and kept retreating, not knowing what to do. Many people almost went limp on the ground. Yi Fan also paid a great price for this. The emperor weapon devoured divine power. Fortunately,
His blood energy was like the ocean, and this city was extraordinary. He could borrow a lot of essence energy. Moreover, Jianghu was helping him, transferring a huge amount of essence energy to his body through the interweaving laws. In this way, he didn't have all his holy power devoured. Moreover, he recovered with the secret character and was in an invincible position. Fortunately, it wasn't 4 swords together, only 1. It couldn't be considered a perfect great emperor weapon and was lacking a bit. Otherwise, it would consume even more divine power. This wasn't a simple activation, but rather a part of its divine might was restored. Yi Fan waved his hand, and the remaining great sage's leg flew up, landing where the ancient golden pung was. It spread its golden wings, rushed over, picked it up and began to devour. Everyone was dumbfounded. This was the great sage's leg. Pangbo sighed and said, "Comprehending the Tao under the Bodhi tree, do all of you have this kind of habit? You like to cut off your flesh to feed the eagle." The golden lion, black bear saint, and the others all cursed silently. How could this be the same? The former cut off his flesh to feed the tiger, and the latter cut off his flesh to feed the eagle. That was his own flesh. The latter was using someone else's flesh. Feeding a great sage's leg to a golden pung wasn't the same thing at all. There is still a bit of a difference. Pangbo said, believing that Yi Fan was being too wasteful. That was but one of the great sage's legs. The two of you really came from the same place. Even Jianghu couldn't listen to this any longer, unable to help but say this. Chi! A streak of immortal light flew out. Lu Mingde released a loud cry, turning around to run. However, where could he run to? The city was sealed. For the sake of trapping Yi Fan and fearing that there would be reinforcements from the outside world, it was difficult to open in a short amount of time. Lu family's ancestral artifact, Fengdu, flew up. Lu Mingde wanted to use this to resist, but this magical artifact released a mournful cry, rushing into the horizon, not daring to resist at all, disappearing from the battlefield. "Don't wait a moment!" Lu Mingde cried out loudly. Pooh! What he received in reply was only a sword. Blood surged high into the air. Lu Mingde's head tumbled onto the ground, and then with a pu sound, turned into a pool of blood, dying miserably on the spot. As a law enforcer, do you still have the face to live in this world? On the other side, that teenager's eyes flickered with a sinister light as he turned around and retreated. However, a golden fist, like a flying immortal from beyond the heavens, suddenly smashed over. With a pu sound, his entire body split into pieces, directly shattering on the spot. "You are too vicious." The law enforcer who came with Lu Mingde cried out. "Leave it to me." Pang Bo's figure flickered, turning into a shadow as he rushed forward, raising his palm to attack. Now, the situation had long since been reversed, and they held the absolute advantage. "It's your turn." Yi Fan finally spoke, staring at the silver-blooded great sage, pressing forward. Chi! However, Yi Fan's sword, not slashing at him first, but at a certain city gate. Immediately, blood splashed, and some people died a violent death. Moreover, there was a powerful fluctuation that quickly moved horizontally, retreating into the distance. Chi Tian, stop hiding. I already knew that you were secretly sealing the ancient city. Why are you so impatient to open the seal now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Yi Fan said coldly. Everyone was apprehensive. It was just a deal with a Saint King, but there were actually 4 great sages working together in this city. If Yi Fan didn't have an emperor weapon, he was destined to meet a miserable end. Chi Tian also came. He's the protector of the human race's ancient road, yet he actually did this? People whispered. This was too excessive. Chi Tian's expression was gloomy, and he could no longer hide. Yi Fan's heavenly source I had captured the traces of his true body, forcing him to reveal himself. As the protector of the human race, you actually have no bottom line and collude with the foreign races. What exactly do you want? Yi Fan shouted, like an angry deity. Chi Tian's expression was unsightly. This time, it was originally a safe battle to strangle Yi Fan on his path to growth. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? The ancient road is already like this. In my opinion, it's better to just break it and be done with it. Yi Fan shouted. Everyone was in an uproar. This couldn't be true, right? If he became ruthless,
He would most likely do the most terrifying thing since ancient times. The ancient road is going to undergo a great purge. The law enforcers and protectors are all disgracing their respective names. Some great races should be uprooted, Yifan said calmly. Chapter 1476. Since ancient times, how many people had dared to say something like this to wash the ancient road of the human race with blood? Yifan's words were sonorous and powerful, shocking everyone in the city. There had been someone who had shattered the ancient road, and his name was Qing Di. There had been someone who had refined a region, and his name was Wuxia. There had been someone who had wiped out dozens of races with a flick of a finger, and she was called a ruthless person. There had been someone. But if this kind of world-shocking madman didn't turn into ashes, they would become great emperors, displaying their extraordinary innate talents and potential. And now, Yifan was also angry and wanted to carry out a great purge. Blood would be spilled on the ancient road of the human race, causing people's hearts to palpitate with fear. They felt a chill seeping into their bones, and even their hearts were cold. Qi Tian's expression flickered and was extremely unsightly. As a Tao protector of the human race, it was extremely dishonorable for him to participate in such a thing. The four great sage had sealed the city to kill a saint king, but in the end, this was the result. This was not only shameful, but also very lamentable. Pangbo shouted, "Qi Tian, you have no sense of shame at all. Do you think you are a Tao protector of the human race? Who are you protecting? You colluded with the foreign races and killed the elites of your own race. You have done such a thing that angers both men and gods. If you are not killed, the heavens will not forgive you." Qi Tian's expression turned even more ashen. As a great sage, he had stood in the holy region for so many years, but how many people dared to speak to him like this? Today, all kinds of experiences flooded his heart. As his eyes opened and closed, a cold light appeared. He realized that today was likely to be fraught with grim possibilities. He immediately pounced at Pang Bo, Ji Ziyue, and the others, wanting to capture them. Clang! Yifan shook his sword, and a bright light flew up. It was blazing and intense, like a sun streaking across the sky, leaving behind a long tail of light. It was incomparably dazzling. Qi Tian shouted and did his best to dodge. Although his body was blurry and almost disintegrated, a wisp of killing intent still brushed past his foot, and his body trembled on the spot. With a light pu sound, the lower half of his body exploded, turning into meat paste and bloody mist. Even though it was just a small scratch, this was still an emperor artifact after all, its divine might great. Qi Tianheng was sent flying, dripping with blood. His eyes were cold, angry, humiliated, and all kinds of negative emotions surged. As the great sage of a generation, he was actually being humiliated like a scarecrow. He couldn't help but roar, but what could he change? To no avail. Qi Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and reassembled his body. You have a holy body. Don't do anything extreme. You haven't grown into the great sage yet. It's still too early for you to become a venerable one. In the distance, Ji Ziyue sighed. What qualifications do you have to say such words? Who could compare to you? Have you forgotten your status as a Tao protector of the human race? Compared to what you've done, what a great irony. Yifan's expression was cold. At this point, there was nothing left to say. He opened his source heaven's eye, and his eyes flickered. He swung his sword fiercely, slashing at the man in the distance who carried a large gourd on his back. It was the person who had arrived earlier to cheer for the silver-blooded great sage and Lu Feng's family. He had long since noticed that this person's appearance was somewhat similar to Qi Tian's. Even though he hadn't attacked, there was a kind of hostility. At this time, his sword fell, like a divine mountain from the ancient heaven pressing down, directly smashing onto that person's body. No matter how he resisted, it was useless. With a pu sound, flesh and blood splattered, and bones turned to ash. In the blink of an eye, both his body and spirit were destroyed, only leaving behind a bloody mist. "Ayu!" Qi Tian shouted, shocked and furious. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood, his whole body trembling. This was indeed one of his sons, and he valued him greatly. Just like that, he was cut into pieces without making a sound, making his heart bleed. Always looking at the misery of others. So what if it's your turn? Yifan spoke softly. His voice wasn't loud, but it caused Qi Tian to explode with rage. He pointed at Yifan,
unable to say anything. As the great sage of the human race's ancient path, reaching this step, you can be considered to have walked the path of the human race's Tao protector to the end. Killing you 10 times, or even 100 times, is a crime you deserve. Jianghu spoke. Even though he was speaking to a great sage, there was still a sense of majesty in his words. Kacha! At this moment, the final city of the human race emitted a cracking sound. All kinds of formation runes appeared, soaring into the sky. It was actually about to break into pieces. Qi Tian threw caution to the wind. He wanted to destroy this city and drag Yifan and the others down with him. If he couldn't open it in a short period of time, he would completely activate the city's origin formation runes, activating the ancient restriction of indiscriminate destruction. He was the human race's Tao protector, so he naturally knew a lot about the final test. Once the dragon's sealing gate fell, this place would become a predicament. Even if a deity came, it would be difficult to open it again. However, there was a top-secret ancient formation in the city. Once it was activated, it could change everything. Only in this way nothing would exist anymore. It would be turned into dust along with the city. Rumble! The myriad qi cauldron above Yifan's head rumbled and rapidly enlarged, enveloping the entire city in an instant. He shouted, "If you don't want to die, quickly enter the cauldron. I'm coming to save you." There were so many people in the city. Yifan circulated his magic power. As long as they didn't resist, they would be sucked into the cauldron and protected inside. Qi! He himself hacked down with all his strength. The long sword was like a rainbow, furiously hacking at the human race's final city. Amidst the loud rumbling sounds, the emperor weapon displayed its might. Even deities couldn't stop it. Without any suspense, the ancient city was cleaved apart. Even the strongest defense couldn't stop it. In the rumbling sound, it turned into dust. The ancient formation in the city hadn't completely destroyed this place yet, but Yifan had already hacked it apart. Even the final, indiscriminate destruction formation runes weren't this fierce. Qi! The first to rush out was none other than Qi Tian. In the instant the ancient city was torn apart, he was the first to escape. The so-called mutual destruction was only half true and half false. Clearly, there was a hint of intimidation. He wanted to create an opportunity for himself to escape. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yifan's mouth. He took a deep breath and controlled the emperor weapon to point at the silver-blooded great sage. He actually didn't kill Qi Tian immediately. This was a terrifying killing light. Almost in an instant, the silver-blooded great sage was cut apart. Only a small part of his body was left flying, and his primordial spirit directly escaped. Yifan controlled the sword light and lightly slashed forward. The silver-blooded great sage screamed miserably as his primordial spirit was sucked over. The ancient patterns on the dark red body of the sword were glowing. The scene of the immortal massacre appeared. This primordial spirit became a prisoner. It sank into those patterns and was imprisoned on the body of the sword. The silver-blooded great sage screamed miserably. This was the most ferocious killing sword since ancient times. Being sealed within it was like being tortured in purgatory. It was even more terrifying than going to the netherworld. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, but he soon fainted. He became a small dot on the dark red sword's body, unconscious. The cauldron above Yifan's head flipped and everyone was thrown out. He didn't stop for a moment and rushed out on the emperor weapon with Jianghu, Pang Bo, and the others. This was a resplendent sword light. It cut through the universe and traversed the entire sky. It caught up to Qi Tian in an instant and scared him out of his wits. However, no matter how powerful his magic power was, it was useless. A strand of sword qi had already locked onto him in the city. Now, it turned into immortal light and cut through the void, following him like a shadow. The human race's Saint Physique has rebelled. Quickly inform all the Tao protectors and invite the Emperor weapon to suppress this fiend. Qi Tian roared and fled with all his strength. As the human race's Tao protector, he naturally had a divine light platform. That was why he could quickly arrive at other ancient cities and flee for his life. He roared with all his might and hoped that someone would stand out to stop Yifan. This old fellow is still splashing dirty water before his death. Truly shameless to the extreme. Pang Bo cursed. He killed the enforcer in his hand as he spoke. This was the enforcer that appeared together with Lu Mingda. He fought against Pang Bo and was suppressed. Now he was directly killed.
There was no point in keeping him alive. Fellow Taoists, the Saint Physique has rebelled and defected to the foreign races. He wants to kill all the elites of our human race's ancient road. Quickly take action and fight him together. Qi Tian roared and fled for his life. This old bastard is too shameless. He colluded with the foreign races himself, yet he is the one making the false charges. He truly is a shameless person. Longma felt ashamed of his inferiority. This old thing really had no limits. The 10 saints and the others were all incomparably furious. They wanted nothing more than to immediately kill him. They had never seen such a despicable and immoral person. They really wanted to crush him with a single punch. It could be said that Qi Tian couldn't care about anything else now. As long as he could live, even if he had to slander a great emperor, it wouldn't be a problem. Who cared if he was sinister or not? Yi Zi, give him a sword strike. Just hack him apart. Otherwise, who knows what else this despicable old thing will say? Pang Bo suggested. Yi Fan's expression was very calm. He said, I want to give him a chance to escape. Just slowly follow me. You really want to bathe the ancient road in blood and draw out a group of snakes and rats? Pang Bo instantly understood what he wanted to do. He revealed a grave expression. That's right. Those who have friendly relations with him will most likely obstruct us. Let's see where he flees to. We'll kill our way over. Ji Ziyue nodded. Qi Tian fled and passed through 3 cities in a row, causing a huge uproar. This was a great saint, but he was being chased by the human race's holy physique like a dog. It was truly shocking. The human race's holy physique has rebelled and has become a traitor of the human race. He has colluded with the giants of the foreign races. Everyone, quickly go and report this. Activate the Emperor's weapon and inform the Tao protectors. Qi Tian seemed to have gone mad. However, the effect was not obvious. Almost no one came forward to help. In reality, who would believe that Yi Fan had rebelled and left the human race's ancient road? He had already finished his training and reached the final stage. How could he rebel? One didn't even need to think to know what was going on. Qi Tian had a grudge with the human race's holy physique. This was something that everyone on the ancient road knew. However, after passing through several cities, someone really stood up and rushed into the sky. He shouted from afar, Senior Qi Tian is a person of virtue and prestige. He is an elder worthy of our respect. Perhaps he has some misunderstanding with Dao friend Yi that led to this kind of discord. Can you stop first? We can talk things over. What he got in response was a sword. A streak of immortal radiance swept past. He directly collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They all realized something and revealed horrified expressions. They secretly thought that Qi Tian's bloodline was going to be in big trouble. Qi Tian rushed forward. He didn't care about what was happening behind him. He didn't know what was happening. He tore open the void and used the divine light platform to cross to the next city. Dao friend Yi, how can you do this? Everything can be discussed. Qi Tian he. At another ancient city, someone came out to stop him. He tried to persuade and defend Qi Tian. Puh! A streak of bloody light flashed past. He turned into a pool of blood. This was a bloody road. Qi Tian also realized this later on. He clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he didn't care so much. His relatives and friends stood out to buy him some time, even if the price was heavy. The people in front didn't know. Behind him, the ancient cities he passed by spread the news one after another. They understood the truth and were in an uproar. Qi Tian is too shameless. He's scum. He clearly colluded with the foreign races, but in the end, he was the first to slander him. He deserves to be hunted down by the human race's holy physique with an emperor weapon. The holy physique surnamed Yi did this on purpose. He wants to wash the ancient road with blood and kill everyone related. On this day, the human race's ancient road was greatly shaken. Blood splashed everywhere, and the clamor reached the heavens. Yi Fan chased after the human race's great sage Qi Tian. The entire starry sky was shaken, and many people were killed. This was really a bloodbath on this road. Chapter 1477. Qi Tian ran with fear in his heart. As the great sage, it had been 5,000 years since he had tasted such a feeling. Now he was experiencing it again.
When he was young, he fought with others and was chased by a hero, leaving him with no path to heaven and no door to hell. At this moment, it was like a reincarnation cycle. At that time he finally escaped. Later on, that hero was blocked in front of the great sage's checkpoint. He tried to break through several times but failed in the end and passed away in meditation. However, he succeeded. He dominated a region and was respected by all sides, becoming a supreme expert of the region. After 5,000 years, his life was once again in a precarious situation. Could it be the same as before? Qi Tian trembled and felt despair in his heart. He couldn't see any hope. Qi Tian passed through 41 cities and crossed the vast sky. Because each city was in a different star region, sword qi crisscrossed, lives withered, and blood reeked. This was a massacre. Yi Fan was cold and emotionless. It was like he was harvesting crops. His expression was indifferent. Wherever the killing sword in his hand pointed, heads rolled and corpses fell to the sides. This battle was a reign of terror on the human ancient road. Yi Fan really did a cleansing. After so many years, people's expressions changed when they talked about him. Qi Tian changed his route. He knew that if he continued like this, he would die without a doubt. He chose to leave the human ancient road and enter another mysterious and cold path. This was an ancient region that was incomparably desolate. The cities were not built and were all carved out of stone. However, there was not a single person and it was completely silent. Qi Tian went deep into this place and didn't see a single living being even after passing through 8 cities. He felt even more uneasy, but he continued to advance in one direction and wasn't willing to stop. This is the ancient road of the Holy Spirit. After passing through 14 cities, Jianghu and the others finally realized where this place was. They saw a few stone statues with the words Holy Spirit carved in ancient divine characters. This is their road. That old fellow was harboring evil intentions. The Holy Spirit lineage was incomparably mysterious. It was a group of existences that were hard to provoke. All of them had heaven-defying magical power and shocking battle prowess. The only weakness was that they were too rare. Just like what they saw, they didn't see a single living being in the dozens of cities. They were all cities of death. There were no guides or challengers. That old thing wasted his efforts. Holy spirits are rare and they always go to other races' ancient roads to fight. Only then can they be tempered. Otherwise, what's the point of a few holy spirits fighting each other? Moreover, the stronger the Holy Spirit, the more difficult it is to see them. Unless they're forced, they won't come out of stone eggs. In the end, Qi Tian changed directions again, leaving this path. It was because he couldn't see any hope. This place was too desolate, not a single expert overseeing it. Yi Fan's aura was like a rainbow, always maintaining a certain distance from him, chasing after him. The sharp sword hung above his head, ready to hack down at any moment. Just as Pang Bo had said, after the final battle of the human race, Yi Fan and the heavenly lord of numinous treasure's immortal sword had gradually become compatible. They had established a connection and gained initial recognition. From then on he could control it. Up ahead, a great star shone resplendently. It was a sun star. As soon as they entered this star domain, everyone felt a powerful fluctuation. It was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan was astonished. He felt a sense of familiarity. He stared at the great star and carefully observed it. The fluctuation of life originated from the sun. It's the fire spirit Song Yan. He wouldn't forget this terrifying Holy Spirit. It was so close to becoming quasi-emperor. Back then, it fought against the old madman at the Great Moon Slope. That was truly a struggle between dragons and tigers. The sun and moon lost their radiance and the mountains and rivers lost their color. This was definitely a terrifying Holy Spirit. At the very least, there weren't many people in this starry sky who could suppress it. Qi Tian arrived here and unexpectedly sensed this fluctuation. He was immediately overjoyed and shouted, "Dao friend, save me!" 2 blazing rays of light shot out from the sun star. Those were 2 gazes that stared at the emperor weapon in Yi Fan's hands. After sensing that Yi Fan could control it, they immediately dimmed. Moreover, Song Yan's aura disappeared and the supreme fluctuation was restrained. Qi Tian shouted and directly rushed into the sun star. He didn't care so much. At this moment, regardless of whether it was an enemy or a friend, as long as they were powerful, they would become his targets. Yi Fan chased after him. He didn't sense Zhongyan's aura. It was clear that the fire spirit had sensed danger and left without fighting. He also didn't destroy this star and directly passed through it. I have a premonition that this will be a great enemy. Back then, during the battle at the Great Moon Slope, the scripture left behind by the Holy Spirit ancient ancestor was most likely in Zhongyan's hands. Yi Fan glanced back and gave this place one last look before leaving. Qi Tian rushed into the light race's ancient domain because the race had an emperor weapon, the god smelting pot. Let's stop here, Yi Fan said. Qi Tian had lost his value. After massacring his comrades on the human race's ancient path, he didn't need to do this anymore. Now, Qi Tian wanted to make a powerful enemy of the alien race and borrow the power of the emperor weapon to eliminate him. With a pfft sound, a head rolled down. Qi Tian rushed forward for hundreds of thousands of meters before the headless corpse exploded. As for the head, its face was full of fear, unwillingness, and despair. Finally, it turned into a bloody mist. This time I still can't escape. For some reason, he thought of the hero from 5,000 years ago. This time he didn't escape. Swish! The dark red celestial sword shone and sucked in the last strand of Qi Tian's primordial spirit. It was imprinted on the sword's pattern and refined into the source of killing intent. Ah no! Qi Tian would rather die than accept such a result. But in the end, he didn't get what he wanted. The primordial spirit turned into light and entered the sword, turning into a mass of qi. Yi Fan shook the sword and released the unrefined primordial spirit of the silver-blooded great sage. He wanted to see its origin because he felt that the blood of this race was full of divine power and surpassed all the other races. It was no small matter and there was something familiar about it. The ancient race, the bloodline of the silver-blooded emperors. Yi Fan was astonished. It really was this race. The silver-blooded emperors trained by the Black Emperor had astonishing origins. This race was known as the uncrowned emperors. Although there had never been an ancient emperor, they were definitely at the peak. Each generation had a great sage, and it had never been cut off. This could only be described as a miracle. It was rumored that this race entered the divine ruins when they were at their strongest. In the end, the entire race was wiped out. Unexpectedly, this wasn't the case and they still existed in the starry sky. Perhaps it was only a branch of the Big Dipper that was wiped out. The silver-blooded bloodline still exists in the ancestral land in the starry sky, but it was sealed by the vicious person. There was no need to doubt the power of this race. Otherwise, why would they need to be sealed by the vicious person? This was enough to explain a few things. Falling flowers danced in the air and a sweet fragrance filled the air. However, every flower was dyed with traces of blood. As they scattered in the starry sky, there was a kind of bloody smell in the tranquil air. This was the human race's final pass. Now, it had become ruins and nothing existed. It had been smashed into pieces by Yi Fan's angry sword and became a historical relic. At this time, Yi Fan returned. In addition, there were many people watching. When this city was destroyed, they were saved and didn't disperse. Yi Fan brought over a meteorite. He raised his hand and carved it, forging a new ancient city. He laid down formation patterns and made it sit here again. After that, he turned around and left. This was only a symbol to prove that he had come here and restored the ancient city. He didn't really go against the human race's ancient road. Taoist Heavenly Dipper quickly memorized this scene and wrote down a line of words on a jade tablet. The human race's ancient road was in an uproar. In the following days, everyone was discussing about how Yi Fan had destroyed the final city and bathed the ancient road in blood. This deeply shocked the world. Yi Fan made a trip to the Lu family. With a swing of his sword, the heads of several important figures fell to the ground. Then, he chased after them and eliminated the 3 leaders who had fled outside. This was a fatal blow to the Lu family. Although Yi Fan didn't kill the innocent and left the bloodline of the other members of the Lu family, they still couldn't recover from this setback and walked towards decline. Qi Tian was a Dao protector in vain. He colluded with the Lu family and harmed the elites of the human race, bringing chaos to the ancient road. Now, he has been executed and deserves his punishment. Several human Dao protectors appeared together and announced the crimes of the great sage Qi Tian. This news spread throughout the ancient road and caused great waves in the various ancient cities. Qi Tian's bloodline was also uprooted. In the following days, great waves rose and fell on the human race's ancient road. Yi Fan's name shook the starry sky. He was unrivaled on this road. Many years later, his name was still being spread on this road. Be it the aboriginals or the trial takers, they all paled at the mention of his name. His battle achievements shocked the various regions. After half a year, the final city once again became grand and powerful. Several human Dao protectors appeared and rebuilt it according to the ancient city's blueprints. They laid down formation patterns. Yi Fan's return naturally caused a great commotion. Now, his name was being spread everywhere, even to the other ancient regions. He had killed 4 great sage protectors in a single day. This kind of battle achievement was enough to shock the universe. Although half a year had passed, the events of the past were still vivid in everyone's minds. When everyone saw Yi Fan return, their hearts all jumped. This kind of world-shocking madman had either been turned to ashes by others or became great emperors. Not a single one of them was mediocre. What about this person? As a saint physique, how arrogant could he be? Taoist Heavenly Dipper appeared and began to record again. Little friend is here again. The human race's great sage's words made everyone speechless. Although the great sage protectors had already announced it to the world, it was true that Yi Fan had bathed the ancient road in blood. His appearance was destined to cause people to reveal strange expressions. I'm here to ask how to enter the final true path. Yi Fan directly stated his purpose of coming. He was someone who had killed 4 great sage protectors in succession. He was qualified to know where to go next. He left. The trial takers who came later were all shaken one after another. Every time someone came to the final city, they couldn't help but talk about the past. It was all about his traces and glory. Yi Fan's might had shaken the human race's ancient road. He had finally reached the end. His glory had come to an end, leaving behind an endless legend. Fish leapt up, going against the waterfall and climbing the peak. This was a leap. Yi Fan and the others used the human race's ancient road as a springboard to enter the final destination. An impregnable pass stood tall, surrounded by chaotic qi. Time couldn't erase its traces. The impregnable pass was nameless, but the human emperor, Amitabha, Vicious, Void, Wuxia, Azure the Arch and the others' names were engraved on the pillars. This was enough to explain everything. Chapter 1478. The impregnable pass towered here, swirling with chaotic energy. There wasn't a single person here. It was silent for endless time, giving off a grand atmosphere amidst the hazy and drifting nothingness. Enormous stone pillars towered into the nebula one after another, as if they were pillars that supported the heavens. They stood in front of the impregnable pass, every single one of them a piece of history, engraved with the veins of time. Dozens of stone pillars stood side by side, towering and imposing. The one surrounded by the Tai-Yin Qi and the roaring of the heavenly path was definitely a human emperor. On Mount Meru, the great Lei-Yin temple was situated, manifesting the Dharma and logos of Amitabha. It was the mark of a grimace. Amidst the bitterness, there was a smile, and there were traces of tears. It symbolized the life of Ruthless. An ancient mirror, an afterimage, fought to the death, quelling the chaos of the 7 restricted regions, narrating the end of the void. The primal chaos bell suppressed past and present, its back facing all living things, life and death a mystery. The supreme being Wuxia had no end. A green lotus shattered the endless skies, standing tall and proud, gazing into broken immortal domain. There were more than 10 enormous stone pillars that stood side by side. From the ancient emperors to the great emperors, they came from different powerful races. Their marks were carved on them, but they weren't glorious or glorious, just a type of imprint. So many great emperors had walked on the ancient path, it was shocking and made one's imagination run wild. Unfortunately, time had passed and could not return. The great emperors had never met each other before. What kind of feelings did they have to leave their names here? It must have been the loneliness of being invincible all his life, looking at his own kind from afar. Great emperors were born from cruel competition. When they reached the final step, they surpassed everything. There was no one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Only the ancient emperors who passed away in meditation were their enemies and friends. They were the same type. Yi Fan and the others walked around the pillars, observing the historical sites and looking at the divine stones. Their hearts were greatly moved, as if they could see one lonely great emperor after another stopping here. The impregnable pass was extremely quiet, not a single person guarding it. The great gates were tightly shut, and an enormous bronze ring with a beast head hung from it. The city walls were tall and without luster, as if no one had come here for a long time. This was the first stage of the ancient road to ultimate eternity. In reality, it had many names. Some called it the Celestial Path, some called it the Emperor's Path, some called it the only path to godhood, and some called it the Heaven's Path. That path was too terrifying. Unless one was a great sage, they wouldn't even be able to push open the city gates, much less barge through. This was also the reason why those who hadn't reached a certain level of cultivation and didn't possess the corresponding strength couldn't come here. It was rumored that this Emperor's Road had a total of 9 stages. Of course, this was only one of the theories. Some said it was 8 stages, and some said it was endless. These were the speculations of the Tao protectors of the various races. Only the ancient emperors knew how to reach the end. According to the first theory, there weren't many impregnable passes, only 8 or 9, but every single pass had endless murderous tribulations. This was the true burial ground of heroes, even more intense and cruel than the human race's ancient path. It was because this was the place where all of the most powerful races of the cosmos fought for supremacy. It was just too terrifying. Too many heroes were buried behind this impregnable pass. There were some who truly had the appearance of emperors, but they unexpectedly fell. This type of tragedy had always played out since ancient times. There is another saying that a great trial is a layer of heaven. In the end, one must ascend to the 9 heavens, sweep through deities, defeat everything, and then finally ring the emperor's bell, resounding through 10,000 regions. Pangbo said. Before coming here, they had already asked the Tao protectors of the ancient road of the humankind in detail, and learned quite a few secrets. Now that they were here, they were greatly moved. There is also another saying that each pass is a world, different from what we see with our own eyes. The 9 ancient cosmos will be the ultimate battlefield. Yi Fan took a deep breath. From now on, the people they would face would be even more terrifying. Perhaps each and every one of them would be an unparalleled great enemy. Of course, there wouldn't be many people on this path, but none of them could be taken lightly. The lowest number of people who entered was 55 in total. There were no records of the highest number, and no one went to count. Yi Fan's group walked toward the gate, preparing to ascend the path of heaven and engage in the final battle. However, with a light buzzing sound, a giant monument appeared in front of the tightly shut gate. It silently manifested, emitting an aura that caused everyone to tremble. There were faint waves of great emperor fluctuations spreading out, intimidating people's souls. The stone monument towered into the clouds, majestic and majestic. The front was like a sparkling mirror, flowing with light, able to reflect one's shadow. As for the 4 corners and the back, they were very dim and simple, no different from ordinary stones. This path really hasn't opened yet. The crystal monument is still blocking the gate, Jianghu said softly. The human Tao protector had told them in detail everything they needed to pay attention to here. The path of heaven wouldn't open prematurely, it would wait for the majority of the trial takers of this era to appear, giving them enough time. Before this, the impregnable pass would be tightly shut, unable to be opened. The crystal monument would block the city, and the cultivators who came here only needed to carve their name and leave their true body imprint. In the future, once the impregnable pass opened, no matter where you were, a divine gate would appear for you to choose. You only needed to take a step and you would arrive here. Thus, the crystal wall had a special meaning for cultivators. Anyone who could reach this place proved that they were the strongest in their own race. When one's name was carved on the crystal wall, it also signified the birth of a peerless expert. They would be able to rampage through a region and become a venerable within a race. This was the lifelong dream of many cultivators. Not to mention the Emperor's Path, just being able to carve one's name here was enough. It represented a type of recognition, a type of supreme glory. This era has just begun, yet there are already 53 people. Jianghu revealed a look of shock. The crystal monument towered into the clouds, every name carved on it shining. There were a total of 53 people, their names bold and powerful, erupting with divine multicolored light. This crystal wall was truly too special. It flickered with a dreamy luster, making every name seem as if it had life, like a divine lamp that was eternally lit. 53 people are only at the initial stage. Too few. In the past era, there were at least 55 people who met the requirements. This kind of great golden era is rarely seen since ancient times. Only heaven knows how many people there are.
Pang Bo said.
In the past, the era with the highest number of people, no one knew how many there were.
It was rumored that it was because there were just too many people. That was an era of darkness, chaos, and resplendent great eras. As a result, heavenly geniuses appeared in large numbers. 53 names were like resplendent stars, shining brilliantly. Moreover, there was a number in front of every name, indicating the order of arrival. The first person's name is actually the absolute beginning. Yi Fan was shocked. His heart moved. Not only was this person's name special, it was also quite fitting. He was the first to arrive. His name Absolute Beginning. The two words Absolute Beginning flowed with hazy precious light. There was a type of terrifying great Tao aura that suppressed all directions. Daring to use this type of name, does he really want to defy the heavens? Longma clenched his teeth. Big Dipper has origin ancient mine. Could there be some connection between the two? GZUS said. Don't tell me he was raised in that life-restricted region? Pang Bo was also shocked. That shouldn't be the case. There aren't that many coincidences. Ji Haoyue shook his head. Regardless, the one who inscribed the name, Absolute Beginning, on the crystal wall was definitely not simple. He was the first to arrive here. This type of name displayed a type of conviction. They looked down one by one, from second to seventh. The names were all unfamiliar, unknown what race they were from. Suddenly, Yi Fan was shocked. He recognized the eighth name. It was called Yin Tianda. The three words were surrounded by hazy purple energy, shining within the mist. Within the tranquility, there was a type of majestic atmosphere that could devour mountains and rivers. It was actually him. He really came, Pang Bo said with a deep frown. No one dared to underestimate a person with divine prohibitions. They all had to treat him seriously. He was absolutely powerful. Yin Tianda had come very early and had carved his true body's imprint. We have never seen the 10th person, but we have heard of him, GZUS said. The 10th name, Golden Cicada, flowed with Buddhist light, hanging down from the crystal wall. It was auspicious and benevolent, as if there was a Buddha sitting there, chanting scriptures. Big Dipper's West Bodhisattva feeling and the human race's ancient roads Ku Tuchuo were both extremely powerful, but they were both sent away by Golden Cicada. This was the only information that Yi Fan knew. Am I seeing things? Pang Bo pointed at the top of the crystal wall and found a name that made him dumbfounded in the dazzling pile of names. Could it be that he has also come? Even the steady Ji Haoyue's expression changed, revealing a shocked expression. There was a name there that was not unfamiliar to the people of Big Dipper. It was actually the white-robed divine king, Jiang Taishu. After a long time, Pang Bo was speechless and said, "Even the peerless divine king has come?" He was still stuck in the past, looking up at the white-robed divine king. He did not know that he was already a saint king. Isn't there a rule on the ancient road? Can divine kings also come? GZU's intelligent eyes moved, revealing a doubtful expression. Yi Fan was very shocked. He did not expect to see divine King Zhong's name on the crystal wall in front of the path to heaven. He sighed and said, "The human race's ancient road does not allow people like this to walk, but the final emperor's road has no restrictions. The great sage is the starting point. Moreover, the divine king has lived a second life. Just in terms of life force, he has an unparalleled advantage. It doesn't matter which category he belongs to." This result made them unable to calm down for a long time. It was inevitable that divine King Jiang would become the great sage, but what they would see on this road in the future was shocking. Why isn't there a light-shaking realm? This bastard has devoured so many terrifying constitutions. I think he should be strong enough now. Why hasn't he appeared yet? They searched among the names. When the time comes, he will naturally appear. He won't be in a hurry. The order of the names doesn't mean anything, Yi Fan said. Apart from that, people like the Central Emperor, Hua Lin and Huang Shudao were definitely qualified to appear, but they were nowhere to be seen. Clearly, they had not arrived yet. It was already good enough that they could recognize a few of the 50-odd names. There's a strange name here called Dongfang Tai. Who is this? Pang Bo revealed a strange expression. Yi Fan was stunned. When he saw the 49 names, he became suspicious and said, "It can't be the demonic human elder, right?" Back then,
They had roasted the golden crow on the sun of the Big Dipper. The Black Emperor and Dongfang Yi had both been present. They had asked for the old man's name, but his words were unclear. It seemed to be Dongfang Tai. What the F***ck? Longma's saliva flew everywhere as he grumbled endlessly. How was he going to live? Even the savage elder had arrived. This master only eats the great sage. The golden crow of the Huasong planet and the great sage of the nest of 10,000 dragons are all crunchy to him. He can swallow them in a few bites, Longma said. He was truly terrified. Even though they were on the same side, if they were to meet on this path in the future, he would still feel a bit uneasy. He clearly remembered the way the demonic human elder had stared at him when his old illness had relapsed. It was as if he was looking at a golden, glossy, and fragrant roasted horse. Yi Fan was also in a daze. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that there really weren't any forbidden rules on this path. There was only one condition, and that was that you had to be strong enough. The demonic human elder had wandered through the universe and actually arrived here. No one knew whether he had eaten a lot along the way, or whether he had swept and fought his way here. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Ziyue, and the others all felt that this crystal tablet was too valuable to them. Just a glance was enough to obtain so much shocking information. The 50th person sure has a big tone. He really dares to name himself Supreme Emperor. The word Supreme Emperor was too eye-catching. It was impossible not to notice it. Suddenly, a sigh was heard. Sigh, I missed it in the end. I only left for a short while, and the 50th position is already occupied. Moreover, it's this name. Could it be that he has come into being? In the distance, a figure walked over. His whole body was wrapped in primal chaos, hazy and mysterious. He stared at the 50th position on the crystal tablet and let out a long sigh. Chapter 1479. Brother, who are you? Pang Bo asked. This person was too mysterious, actually speaking such strange words. A competitor in the sea of bitterness of the mortal world. The person who came was indistinct and indistinct. He was shrouded in mist and looked truly extraordinary. Dao friend is an expert after all. Every word and action of yours has an artistic conception. Pang Bo said. The man in the primal chaos mist smiled and said, Dao friend, are you making fun of me? I don't dare. Pang Bo's expression was serious as he asked for guidance. Why was he staring at the number 50? Just what kind of profoundness was there? The number 50 of the Dian is just a fight for the one that escaped. In reality, there is no artistic conception. It is just a competition between those of the same race. After recognizing this number, I want to match it. The man said. Everyone felt that this person was definitely extremely powerful because they felt that he was unfathomable. He was vast and boundless like the ocean. May I ask if brother has the primal chaos body of the legends? Jianghu suddenly spoke and stared at this person. I've disappointed everyone. I only have an ordinary body and don't have any special bloodline talents. Just now, I passed through a small chaotic world and brought this mist with me. The person who came shook his head. The primal chaos mist around him scattered and revealed his true appearance. This was a young man who looked very ordinary. He couldn't be considered tall or heroic. His appearance was ordinary and he was just a member of the masses. There was nothing special about him. If one had to say that he was extraordinary, it would be his pair of eyes. They were very clear like two immortal springs, clear and penetrating. Ziyue nodded to everyone secretly. This person really did have an ordinary body and didn't have any special bloodline source. However, he was inconceivably powerful. May I ask for brother's name? Pang Bo asked. This ordinary-looking young man smiled and replied, Zhang Byron. He had an ordinary body and could sense the nature of heaven and earth. His strength was so great that it shocked the world. His name made Pang Bo feel strange. The corner of his mouth twitched. He first shook his head in disbelief and then nodded. Yi Fan was also startled and looked at him seriously. At this time, the dark red killing sword on his back clanked and came out of its sheath on its own, revealing strands of immortal radiance. Zhang Byron was shocked and said, Could it be one of the 4 killing swords of the numinous treasure celestial being that can kill immortals? He couldn't help but take a few steps back as if he wanted to create a safe distance. He didn't want to get too close to Yi Fan. Brother, is that really your name? Pang Bo asked seriously. I got my name from my parents. Moreover, I'm not famous. Is there a need to impersonate me? It's just an ordinary symbol, Zhang Bairen said. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Longma looked at each other in dismay. To them, this person and this name were like thunder in their eyes. Brother, do you think 50 is a good number? Ji Ziyue asked with a faint smile. Zhang Bairen shook his head and said, I was the one who fell behind and became obsessed. The Tao is natural and does not need to be deliberate. Only by acting according to one's nature and heart will one be able to approach the Tao and gradually become compatible with it, thus surpassing it. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Even the most silent Gu Jinpeng couldn't help but flap its wings, its divine feathers releasing strands of multicolored light. Zhang Bairen walked forward and arrived in front of the crystal tablet. He casually carved his name at number 54. He really let nature take its course. This surprised the 12 saints. This person gave off a calm and mysterious feeling. Just now he was sighing, but in the blink of an eye, he let go of everything. Dao friend, you seem to know about the emperor. Who is he and why did he have such a name? Longma asked and pointed at the person at number 50. Zhang Bairen shook his head and said, I've never seen this person before and don't understand him at all. I only thought of some scattered legends when I saw this name. Oh, there are legends too. I'm willing to ask brother for guidance, Pang Bo asked politely. Oh, during the archaic years, this name shocked the immortals and caused a huge commotion. He killed all the great sage at that time, Zhang Bairen said. What? Everyone cried out in alarm. Under the entire sky, even though ancient stars with life were extremely rare, there were still quite a few small worlds with life. They were known as the 10,000 domains of the heavens. If the entire cosmos great sage all appeared, the number would be extremely shocking. My expression was wrong. What I meant was that he previously stood here with his back to the impregnable pass, facing everyone, killing all of the trial takers that hurried over. Zhang Bairen said. Despite this being the case, it was still enough to shock the world. It was too terrifying and astonishing. Just how powerful of a figure was this? Everyone became stupefied. How many did he kill? Ji Haoyue asked seriously. 54. Zhang Bairen calmly replied. Everyone became stupefied. According to ancient records, there was a time when the number of people was the lowest, a total of 55. They arrived at the impregnable pass and engraved their true body imprints. This meant that the emperor had appeared in that era and killed the other 54 individuals. What was the final result? Did he not become an emperor? The black bear saint asked with a heavy voice. He released a light sigh towards this impregnable pass. He didn't enter and then turned around to leave. Zhang Bairen said. This. Everyone revealed strange expressions. This person's way of doing things really was hard to grasp. He directly killed all of his competitors outside the pass and then left, leaving everyone deeply surprised. Was this the same person? One was in the archaic era, one was in the present era, the difference in time too great. Of course, it wasn't impossible. At the very least, he could seal himself with divine source and thus survive. Is this Dao brother Yi? I've traveled through other regions and heard of your name in many places. Now that I've met you today, you really are formidable, even better than your reputation. Zhang Bairen's eyes were excessively clear, almost transparent, as if they were carved from crystal. He stared at Yi Fan's blood, bones, and inner organs. Yi Fan returned the greeting. An expanse of radiance appeared around his body, immediately isolating him from everything, preventing him from seeing through him. At the same time, his heavenly origin eye released strand after strand of immortal light as he looked towards Zhang Bairen. Everyone, farewell. We'll meet again on the heavenly path in the future. I'm willing to fight against the various monarchs and emperors, fighting to my heart's content in the future. Zhang Bairen cupped his fists. He tore apart the heavens and left. The crystal monument towered into the clouds, translucent and dazzling. 54 people left their names, all of them extraordinary and incomparably powerful. Tai Chu, Yin Tianda, Golden Cicada, White-Robed Divine King Jiang Taishu, Human Devil Dongfang Tai, Emperor, Zhang Bairen. 54 names. They had either seen or heard of them before, the others were completely unknown. However, this was already enough. None of the people they knew were ordinary people, all of them unrivaled geniuses. One could well imagine how difficult the future path would be. Yi Fan and the others gazed at the impregnable pass, their minds filled with countless thoughts. Since ancient times, the heavenly path would open once every 10,000 years, but a great emperor wouldn't appear every time. Perhaps it might not even appear for hundreds of thousands of years. Would there be one in this era? Even if one slaughters his way in and ultimately ascends to the peak, he might not necessarily become an emperor. The Golden Lion sighed. Jianghu said, "This era will be different. It will be more terrifying than all the flourishing eras of the past. Since ancient times, even people like the emperor have been squeezed into this era." "I wonder how the Big Dipper is doing now?" Jianghu asked softly. She was starting to miss home. She missed her parents, missed the grass and trees of that world, and really wanted to go back. Hearing this, Yi Fan raised his head and said, "We've already fought our way to the end of this path. We can go back and see how the Big Dipper galaxy is doing now." Everyone was shocked. They had left for more than 100 years, and most of their youth and time had been spent on the ancient path. Everyone wanted to go back and take a look. In reality, the Big Dipper might be even crueler than this place. The path of immortalization is about to open, and who knows how many unrivaled geniuses will be attracted. Even the quasi-emperor will appear. That's right. Even the existences from the 7 great forbidden zones might be forced out. I think the people who left their names here on the emperor's path are probably already there. After all, the path of immortalization is about to open. Pang Bo, Longma, and the others revealed serious expressions and discussed seriously. "We really should go back." Yi Fan walked up and carved words on the crystal monument. Light shone in all directions. It wasn't a title, just 2 simple words, Yi Fan. "I've decided on this path. In the future, I will defeat all the heroes of the universe." These were the words he said in front of the impregnable pass. Only he left his name. Although he was not the great sage, he stood in the forbidden zone and was not weaker than the initial great sage. He had met the requirements. As for the others, they were still a little short. After all, there was the great sage's barrier, and they had not reached the great perfection of the Saint King realm. It was impossible for them to meet the requirements. "Take good care of my sister." Jianghu looked at Yi Fan seriously. He did not want to leave and wanted to stay. When his realm improved, he wanted to leave his name on the crystal tablet. "Brother." Jianghu pouted. Although she kept shouting that she wanted to suppress her evil brother, it was hard to separate when they were really separated. "We've been gone for too long. You should go back and take a look," Jianghu said with a resolute expression. He sent her on her way. Longma said casually, "I say, why is Yi Fan's brother-in-law so stubborn? He wants to return to Big Dipper. If the path to immortality opens, he might become an immortal directly. What's the point of fighting for the throne? If he can't become an immortal, he can come here to fight against the geniuses of the universe and fight to his heart's content with Tai Chu, the emperor, and Zhang Byron." "Yi, I want to stay too." Suddenly, Pang Bo said that he would not leave. He wanted to continue training and would leave his name on the crystal tablet after a while. "All right." Yi Fan nodded. Longma hung his head dejectedly and said, "You guys are working so hard. Aren't you making me look like I don't want to improve? I'm hurt that I'm destined to become an immortal." "We'll wait for you two on the path ahead," Yi Fan said. "Forget it. If we don't cultivate an unparalleled art and create an unparalleled art, returning to Big Dipper will be even more dangerous." Pang Bo shook his head and insisted on going alone. Jianghu was the same. These days, he had been thinking about how to jump out of his ancestors' art and transcend to comprehend his own Tao. Just like that, Yi Fan and the others went on their way. They walked very slowly and did not return immediately. In the next 20 years, they entered the ancient paths of other powerful races and traversed different star fields. These 20 years were filled with battles. Blade light and sword shadows, blood dyed the starry sky. They met many powerful enemies from different races. Yi Fan's name shook the world and shocked the various regions. Dragons rose and rolled, horses neighed. Who could resist him in 20 years? To the cultivators of the starry sky, this was destined to be an unforgettable period. Yi Fan's aura devoured the starry sky and fought enemies from all directions. He ran on various ancient paths and clashed with experts from different races. He didn't use the immortal sword and only relied on himself to create an unrivaled reputation. Tens of ancient paths became silent. Yi Fan's name resounded through every region and became a synonym for unrivaled. During this time, there were 5 or 6 people who slaughtered their way over. They were all names they saw on the crystal monument, but no one knew what race they were from. Now their true bodies met. Yi Fan slaughtered his way through, and a rain of blood swirled about as he wrote his unrivaled glory. During these 20 years, Ji Ziyue, Longma, the little guy, Gu Jinpeng and the others also made a name for themselves. Their group swept through everything before them. Let's go, it's time to return to Big Dipper. I'll go take a look and see what's going on there and how my old friends are doing. Finally, Yi Fan stepped on the path of return and returned to the most mysterious emperor burial star. Road of Immortality. I'm coming. Longma roared. Chapter 1480. Yi Fan had been fighting for 10 years, passing through many dead regions along the way. He had experienced hundreds of tribulations before arriving at the human race's ancient road. Now, he was finally going back. However, the coordinates he had were not accurate. The Big Dipper Road was very far away. Back then, the cultivators of the Eternal Starfield had gone to the Big Dipper Road to deduce and fumble around. They had been making adjustments along the way and did not have the exact coordinates. Yi Fan had obtained this vague set of coordinates in the past. He said, although it's not accurate, it's close. The group stood on the divine light platform and gazed into the distance. The stone platform radiated brilliant light in all directions, wrapping around them as they tore through the void and disappeared from this place. At the last moment, they turned back to look at the ancient road behind them. Everything was engraved in their hearts. They had spent most of their lives here, fighting in the galaxy and slaughtering along the way, leaving behind indelible memories. The human race's sacred physique had left. Many people heaved a sigh of relief, feeling as though a huge rock had been lifted from their hearts. Of course, many cultivators felt regretful, especially the younger generation of the human race. Sigh. Senior Yi actually left. I thought he was going to enter the ultimate heavenly road and fight his way to the Emperor realm. What do you know? That road is not ordinary. Perhaps it's not the time for a showdown yet. In the future, there will be a glorious battle. All the experts of the universe will appear. The golden era has begun. The most dazzling light is about to blossom, and the most terrifying battle is about to begin. Let us look forward to it together and watch the peerless divine battles. Some experts of the human race naturally hoped that Yi Fan would shine brightly and release his invincible power to sweep across the starry sky and reach the peak. Yi Fan traveled far away, but there were many legends in the starry sky. Many years later, people would still spread the fame of him sweeping through all races. The human race's sacred physique left behind a glorious song and floated away. The vast starry sky and the brilliant stars hid many secrets. Since ancient times, experts had explored it one after another, but they could not reach the end in their entire lives. The dark cosmos split open and a simple stone platform rushed out. Many figures stood on it. Yi Fan, Ji Ziyue, Longma, and the others had arrived at the other side of the starry sky. Are you back? Ji Ziyue said softly, her voice trembling. It had been more than 100 years since they last met. However, what she saw was endless darkness. The starlight was very weak, and this was not a continent of life. It was still in the universe. We won't get lost, will we? Longma's expression changed. It was most afraid of such a thing happening. Can't we return to Big Dipper? Ji Ziyue's voice trembled. Don't worry, it's not far away. Yi Fan stared into the distance, staring at a stretch of astral river. There was a mysterious aura emanating from there. The divine light platform tore through the void again, carrying them into the depths of the vast starry sky. This time, the distance was very short. They appeared in a field of starlight and saw many stars in front of them. One of them had a powerful life aura. He's really back. Ji Ziyue was so emotional that tears welled up in her eyes. After being away from home for so many years, she missed her parents dearly and often woke up from her dreams. Hey, I'm coming again. This world should be prepared to tremble, the dragon horse boasted shamelessly with a proud look on its face. This is the Emperor Burial Star? Be it the Black Bear Saint or the Golden Lion Saint, they all yearned for this ancient star and wanted to see it to the end. What kind of magic did this place have? It actually made one great emperor after another choose this place as their burial ground. Moreover, it was predicted that the path to immortality would open, and now they finally saw it. The vast star rotated slowly, as if it was nurturing a giant divine fetus, waiting for the time to be born. The life aura it emitted was too strong. Even though they were far away, they could still sense it. It was awe-inspiring. "Let's go home," Yifan said to Jianghu. He knew that she would definitely miss her family. The group of them were like dozens of shooting stars streaking across the sky. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of this huge star and looked forward. Suddenly, Yifan's heart stirred and he was shocked. "What's wrong?" Jianghu blinked her large eyes and asked him. "Look, doesn't the layout of the continents on this ancient star have some sort of pattern?" Yifan pointed forward. He had his doubts in the past, but he was not as sensitive as he was today. The Central Plains, Eastern Wastelands, Western Desert, Southern Mountains, and Northern Plains. These 5 continents were pieced together. The shape was very extraordinary. If they made some changes and added a few strokes, it would look very much like the 5-colored altar. In reality, the 5 continents each had a color. If the trees, soil and rocks on the surface were removed, they would really correspond to the colors on the 5-colored altar. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. With a little modification and a serious layout, it really would look like it. If it was true, such a huge 5-colored altar was simply shocking. What kind of coordinates could activate it? Where did it lead to? Could it lead to the immortal domain? The Big Dipper was not just any other place. This ancient star was extremely huge, and these 5 continents were very likely the foundation of an altar. It was really shocking. We've experienced it. As soon as we arrived, we showed our strength. As expected of the Emperor Burial Star, the Black Bear Saint and the others all sighed. They descended. They had already arrived in the outer space of this great star. As soon as they got closer, they sensed heaven's soaring killing intent. There were people currently fighting an intense battle. They flew forward. This was the battlefield outside the realm. Since ancient times, many great battles had unfolded here. Broken blades, broken bells, and many other things floated about. There were even many giant bones. This was a chaotic battle between a group of people of different races. There were golden crows, flood dragons, humanoid experts, strange beasts, and ancient races from the Big Dipper. There were as many as 17 to 15 people. The battle was extremely intense. In the past, this should have been considered a great battle, but Yifan had seen too much in the starry sky. Now, he was already numb to it. Moreover, his own cultivation had risen, so he could only watch on calmly. Even further in the distance, incomparably terrifying fluctuations transmitted over. There were great sages fighting. When Yifan and the others hurried over, victory and defeat had already been decided. One person was covered in blood, fleeing towards outer space. The other sneered, but he didn't give chase. He disappeared from this place and descended into the Big Dipper. Longma sucked in a breath of cold air. He saw this kind of scene with a hurried glance. One could imagine how chaotic the Big Dipper was now. It was unknown just how many ancient saints had come. They made their way through the battlefield outside the realm and saw more than 10 battles. It was incredibly chaotic, and blood flew everywhere. It was incomparably intense. The Warring States era arrived, and the Big Dipper welcomed a chaotic era. Without a doubt, the opening of the path of immortality affected the minds of countless people. Saints from outside the realm descended, creating all types of conflicts. Bloody battles often erupted. 100 years have passed and I've returned, Yifan said to himself. Back then, it could be said that he had to leave his home. It wasn't only because he had to step onto the star passage to train, but also because he had the green copper cauldron on him. He had been pursued by all saints. Now, he was no longer the small cultivator from back then. He could already look down on the world. Even if he met the great sage, he didn't need to cower. He was forced to leave, and now that he had returned, he was surprisingly calm. Light flowed within his eyes as he swept his gaze over this mysterious star. Did the people ahead see a silver python of the Saint Realm escape? A shout sounded from the distance. A group of people approached, and there were even people shouting for them to get out of the way. This was a group of powerful figures. They were driving a purple copper warship, led by a saint king. Behind them were 4 saints, and the ship was filled with cultivators. It was a very powerful sight. Yi Fan and the others were indifferent. They didn't release their might and didn't say a word. They stood quietly in place and had no intention of getting out of the way. The warship that was hundreds of meters long suddenly stopped. The Saint King revealed a serious expression as he felt a wave of uneasiness. He then cupped his fists and hurriedly apologized, saying, "Everyone, I'm sorry. We didn't mean anything by it. We spoke indiscriminately in a moment of desperation. Please don't take offense. We will leave immediately." With that, the warship immediately turned around. The Saint King apologized and steered the warship to retreat quickly, avoiding them. What's wrong with the old ancestor? Are those people very scary? We represent the North Go-Chen planet. If there really is a conflict, aren't they afraid of us? Shut up. What do you know? That was a group of Saint Kings just now. There wasn't even a single saint. Yi Fan and the others descended and brushed past the 8 warships one after another. It had to be said that the chaotic times had arrived. The people on a few of the warships were very hostile and almost made a move. The 9th warship passed by them. This was a group of ancient race experts. They were intimidated by Yi Fan's imposing manner and didn't make a move. However, the people on the ship couldn't help but look around for a moment. Among them was a middle-aged man with 3 heads and 6 arms. He was like a god and was extremely mighty. He was an expert that had shaken the ancient race in recent years. He looked again and again, and his expression suddenly changed. Am I seeing things? He wanted to look into the distance and continue to look carefully, but he had already lost sight of Yi Fan. He couldn't help but frown and feel a wave of suspicion. "Mooney, what's wrong?" asked an old ancestor king. He was very satisfied with this disciple. If he didn't count the saints from the outer realms, Mooney was one of the top 10 experts of the ancient race in recent years. That person's back just now looked very familiar. He seemed to be someone from the past. Mooney's expression was solemn. "Who?" asked the old man. "The human race's holy body that almost pierced through the heavens in the past." Mooney replied. "What?" The old man was shocked and extremely shaken. "Are you sure you didn't see wrong? I only saw his side profile and back, so I can't be certain. After all, I only saw him once from the distance back then. For people of our generation, he is too terrifying," said Mooney. In the past, Yi Fan moved unhindered through the 4 seas and fought against the ancient race again and again. When he wasn't a saint, he already smashed through the barrier of the divine domain and began to slaughter saints. Meanwhile, for the ancient race's younger generation, he was like a great mountain that pressed down on everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. He was the most terrifying enemy they had established in their hearts. Killing Yuan Gu and the Heavenly Prince, these kinds of impressive battle accomplishments were enough to shake the past and present, leaving the younger generation in despair. Even the ancient emperor's son wasn't his opponent, so who else could face him head-on? One could well imagine the pressure they were under. It shouldn't be him. He already stepped onto the ancient path. Even if he didn't die in the outer realms, he would have to wait until the great sage realm to return. With such a short amount of time, I don't think it's possible, right? The old man said with a frown. "It really does look like him," said Mooney. "Your generation has truly been harmed by him. Feeling the pressure from him is too great, leaving a shadow in your hearts. This isn't too good." The old ancestor shook his head. "I feel that it really is him," Mooney insisted. The old ancestor's expression couldn't help but become serious when he heard his tone becoming more and more certain. If it really is him, there will be another bloody storm. The human race's saint physique will most likely stir up great waves. "Do we need to inform the other races?" Mooney asked. "Who cares about them? It has nothing to do with us. Let's just watch." "No, immediately seal the mountain gates. Even if the outside world is filled with blood, don't let the clansmen go out." The old ancestor gave a death order and immediately ordered people to turn the ship around and rush back to his clan. He felt that the problem was extremely serious. Yi Fan descended on the eastern wasteland. Looking at the magnificent mountains and rivers, his mind was filled with countless thoughts. He had returned once again, but he didn't know what was waiting for him. This place wasn't very far from the forbidden area of the ancient desolate land. With a quick glance, he saw that there were actually many caves in the mountain peaks outside the forbidden area. Some people speculated that the path to immortality might open here, and a group of powerful saints was waiting here. Yifan looked around and didn't stay for long. The group walked into the distance. Who is that person? And that horse? Oh my god! Could it be that the human race's saint physique has returned? One of the young people from the ancient race muttered to himself. His face was filled with shock. It's really him? There was another person beside him who stared at the afterimage that disappeared into the horizon. He was in a daze and then said with a serious expression, "It has nothing to do with us." Chapter 1481. It had been more than 100 years since they parted. Now, he had crossed the boundless universe and returned to the Big Dipper. This made Yifan's heart surge with emotions. This was his second home, the starting point of his dreams, the place where his hopes set sail. Stepping on the path of cultivation and reaching the peak was all based on this place. Without the Big Dipper, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. The Big Dipper has changed greatly. It's even more prosperous than the ancient stars in the depths of the universe. Jianghu was very sensitive to spiritual energy and origin. As Yifan stepped on the ground, he could truly feel the great changes. The Tao descended upon the heaven and earth, the vital energy gushed out, and the veins of the earth were like dragons. It was countless times stronger than before. Moreover, the Tao laws streaked across the sky. It was easy to sense that this was a great era that had undergone great changes. The depression of the post-antiquity era had completely disappeared. An ancient star full of vitality and Tao had truly been revived, no longer dormant and sleeping. Many outstanding figures must have been born in the past 100 years. This kind of environment is even better than the human ancient road. As expected of the Emperor Burial Star. Longma was shocked. The changes were too great. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. It's a pity for the past generations of heroes, Jianghu said. She was deeply moved. In the post-antiquity era, many geniuses ended in dejection because the heaven and earth didn't allow them to break through. Cutting down the Tao was harder than ascending to the heavens, let alone becoming a saint. There were only a few humans in the past 10,000 years. This was because the heaven and earth weren't suitable for cultivation. This is destined to be a great era. Many suppressed heroes will continue to break through and surpass themselves. The golden age they've been waiting for has finally arrived, Yifan said. Those who made it to this era would definitely be able to continue breaking through if they still had lifespan. As long as they had enough blood energy, they would break through the shackles and reach several levels. The most regretful one is Senior Guy Joyo. This was what everyone was thinking. Under the worst conditions in the Big Dipper ancient region, Guy Joyo had broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. How amazing was this? Unfortunately, Azure Emperor achieved Tao before Guy Joyo was born in that era. It was destined to be a sad song. It had been more than 10,000 years since the Azure the Arch had passed away, but Guy Joyo was already old and frail, no longer in his prime. For the latecomers, this was the best opportunity and era. Since the ancient times, heavenly geniuses were so lonely. Meanwhile, in this era, they were destined to produce the most dazzling sparks. It was because there were too many people who were squeezed into this era, so there was no lack of opponents. Central Sovereign, Alcade, Jianghu, Southern Monster, Connate Tao Fetus. One after another, stunning names were destined to shine brightly in this era. They were all born in the Big Dipper. Moreover, there were also the ancient races. Huang Shudao, Hua Lin Sacred Prince, Divine Silkworm Taoist, and the other heirs of the ancient emperors. They probably weren't willing to be left out. They appeared together in this world to dominate the world and fight their way onto the path of immortality. Without a doubt, the children of the great emperors would also appear. GZ wouldn't be the only one. In such a golden era, how could the other great emperors' bloodlines not be continued? The path of immortality was about to open in the Big Dipper. It was destined to be dazzling. The supreme geniuses of all realms would rush here, and there would definitely be people no weaker than the imperial princes. From ordinary physiques to special physiques, they would appear one after another. The most dazzling splendor in history would be produced. Moreover, this was only the younger generation. There would be even more powerful cultivators of the older generation. There would definitely be countless races coming. Huasong, Tongtian, Ziwei, Amitba, Yuhua, Gaochen, Flying Celestial, And other famous stars would definitely have countless powerful cultivators rushing here. Not to mention the great sage, even the quasi-emperor would be there. This was a golden era. Clans that had produced great emperors were about to show their true strength. When the time came, it would most likely shock the human world. As soon as Yi Fan returned, his thoughts wandered and he thought of many things. He knew that this was a golden era full of opportunities, but also a chaotic era full of dangers and tribulations. Opportunities and challenges coexisted. This era definitely wouldn't be dull. Countless geniuses would rush here. The Big Dipper star region would be in an uproar. Resplendent divine clouds would illuminate the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Only this place would be the most dazzling. Next, there will be endless battles. Even before it starts, my blood is already boiling. Yi Fan gazed at the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. Jianghu, on the other hand, was filled with worry. No one could say for sure what the future would be like. The sages would rise together, heroes would compete, and 100 barges would vie for the current. The slightest carelessness would lead to the capsizing of the ship. Let me take a look at the divine bearing of all the mighty rulers in the universe and see just how strong they are. The dragon horse was in high spirits and wanted to rise up in this great era. The golden-winged Great Peng and the others were also gazing at the mountains and rivers. They were filled with longing for this place because this was the burial ground chosen by the ancient great emperors. I've been away for so many years. I wonder how the heavenly village is doing. Has Duanda woken up? Did the Black Emperor cause any trouble? What about Li Heishui, Yi Tong, Dongfang Yi, Yao Yuekong, Zhang Huiren, and the others? Yi Fan asked softly. Ever since he was born, he had spent most of his time on the path of trials. He had left for too long and fought for so many years. He had never looked back. Yi Fan really wanted to see them immediately. Unfortunately, he didn't know where the heavenly village was. When he left, Qi Luo and the others had already moved the small world to the outer region, far away from the Big Dipper region. Where are we going? How are we going to find them? Ji Ziyue asked. I'll send you home first. Yi Fan shook his head. So many years had passed, there was no need to rush. The group tore open the space and rushed towards the Ji family. In the southern region, the Ji family was undoubtedly the top family and no one could compare to them. There was a majestic ancient building and a tall mountain gate. Many mountains floated in the air and many islands floated in the air. Silver waterfalls cascaded down from the mountains in the sky. The celestial energy was hazy and it was mysterious. In front of the majestic gate, there was a huge river flowing past. It was like a dragon that soared into the distance. Its name was Ji River. Who are you? Some of the experts guarding the gate of the Ji family immediately noticed them and shouted. In this era, it sounded like a glorious era, but to put it bluntly, it was chaos. Too many races appeared and many sages descended, causing a huge commotion. In the Big Dipper region, there would be battles between saints every day. Everyone was in danger and they were afraid that they would be wiped off the face of the earth. Even if the Ji family had a great emperor and had deep foundations, they still didn't dare to be careless. Every day, there would be experts guarding the gate seriously. Uncle, it's me. Ji Ziyue was about to cry. Looking at the mountain gate, she was so emotional that her eyes were filled with tears. She had missed her home and loved ones for 100 years and they were finally back. Ji River surged. Waves splashed everywhere. Ji Ziyue rushed over and arrived in front of the house. She stretched out her arms and looked at the majestic scenery. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind and she could no longer hold back her tears. You are Ziyue. The old man was shocked and didn't dare to believe it. His body trembled as he rushed out of the gate. A large group of people followed behind him. Ziyue, it's really her. Our family's little moon is back. Another old man said with a trembling voice. Both Ji Haoyue and Ji Ziyue were the most famous geniuses of the Ji family. They stepped on the ancient path and after so many years, they actually returned. This was a miracle. One must know that not many people who stepped on this path in the ancient times could return. Child, is it really you? A few elders of the Ji family walked over with large steps. Their bodies were trembling. Even though they knew that this was Ji Ziyue, they still couldn't help but ask. It's me. I'm back. Ji Ziyue wiped away her tears. Her long eyelashes fluttered as a smile appeared on her face. Just now, She was crying tears of joy and excitement. Quickly go and report to the family head that our family's pearl has returned. Someone rang a golden bell. This wasn't a warning bell but a divine bell used to summon important people. It was clear and lingered for a long time. It would only ring during grand occasions. The sound of the bell broke the silence of this ancient family. A group of people appeared majestically. There were men and women, old and young. They all came out to welcome Ziyue. They were either the leaders of the Ji family or the direct descendants. Ziyue. A beautiful middle-aged woman rushed over. She was elegant and poised, but at this moment, her face was filled with tears. Ziyue also rushed over and hugged her, calling out to her mother. And now, the Ji family head was Ziyue's father. He had a smile on his face and tried his best to control his emotions. Clearly, his heart wasn't calm. "Where's your brother?" She cried and laughed at the same time. After a long time, the middle-aged woman said with a trembling voice, afraid that she would hear some bad news. "He's doing very well. He's tempering himself on the ancient road and doesn't want to return." Ziyue wiped away her tears and smiled. Everyone from the Ji family let out a long breath. After that, they felt incomparably gratified and happy. Both of them were safe and sound. One had returned, and the other was still fighting. There was no better news than this. After walking on the ancient road, not many people can return. Our Ji family is going to prosper. A senior elder shouted excitedly. That's right, our Ji family has stepped on the ancient road and returned safely. We are destined to be glorious for 10,000 years. Everyone was very happy. Luckily, we stopped you back then and didn't run around with the divine body. Otherwise, how could we have our current achievements? Nothing good will come out of being together with him. A senior elder of the Ji family said. He was ranked 8th and was from the bloodline that had the strongest enmity towards Yifan back then. Ziyue immediately frowned. She was unhappy. "Old 8, what nonsense are you talking about today? Ziyue is back. Why are you talking about something that has already passed?" A senior elder with a higher status glared. "Let's not talk about it anymore. I don't think that brat will amount to anything." Old 8 of the Ji family's senior elders said. Back then, Ji Hui and the others whom he was biased towards all died in the hands of Yifan. Even now, his heart was filled with hatred when he thought about it. These are. The Ji family's senior elders looked forward. The golden-winged great pang, green luan, golden lion, nine-tailed crocodrogon, etc. All of them were incomparably mystical. One look and one could tell that they were terrifying divine birds and beast kings. Yifan walked out step by step from behind the 12 saints. When the wind blew his black hair, a delicate and somewhat resolute face was revealed. His eyes were clear. "What, it's you?" Old 8 of the Ji family's senior elders involuntarily took a few steps back. The others were also greatly shocked. They recognized who this person was. So many years had passed. They heard that Yifan had also stepped onto the ancient road. Who would have thought that he would return today? He is the one who sent me back. And these saints are all his followers. Ziyue said softly to her parents. She was also saying this to the senior elders. Chapter 1482. What? Saint King? These are all Saint King venerables? Everyone from the Ji family was shocked. All of them were dumbstruck. The impact of this news was just too great. It was simply too shocking. This piece of news caused some people's ears to ring. Even someone as powerful as the Ji family felt like they were facing an ocean or an abyss. How powerful was this force? If they didn't use their clan's foundation and didn't have a peerless monarch weapon, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from this group of divine birds and beasts. They would be wiped out like leaves in autumn. This was a group of Saint Kings. Counting carefully, there were a total of 12 including the ancient Golden Pang and the Lightning Phoenix. Even the strongest holy land of Big Dipper, including the ancient race, didn't have so many Saint Kings. And these 12 Saint Kings were the followers of the young man in front of them. This was horrifying. There was nothing more shocking than this. Back then, Yifan was very strong. He had caused chaos in the eastern wilderness. When he left in the end, he had turned the 5 regions upside down. Everyone admitted that he was very amazing in the path of cultivation. However, this result still shocked them, and they were all somewhat dazed. The combination of 12 Saint Kings was an enormous force. Without using their foundation, how many inheritances in the current world could compare to them?
They are all Saint Kings. Some people from the Ji family couldn't believe it. Yi Fan had only left for 100 years. How could he become a Saint King so quickly and have so many Saint Kings following him? Yes, they are all Saint Kings. Ji Ziyue nodded. Her eyes were like black gems. Her pretty face was fair and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Yi Fan had been hunted down back then. It could be said that he had left his home and gone to the outer region. But this time, he actually had such a group of followers. It was really shocking. Yi Fan, what realm is he at? One of Ji Ziyue's cousins asked softly. Saint King Great Perfection, only half a step away from the Great Sage. He is the same as the ancient races Qilin Heavenly King and Nine Phoenix King. He can be called a Heavenly King, Ji Ziyue answered. A half-step Great Sage had actually reached such heights. This was a serious blow to everyone's minds. Everyone present was petrified and tongue-tied. They wanted to say something, but couldn't. They admitted that Yi Fan had heaven-warping talent, but the contrast between them was just too great. In the past, he was still being hunted down by many virtuous people, yet today, the sky and earth were turned upside down. This was a toppling change. The eighth elder's throat trembled, and he swallowed with difficulty. His face was a bit pale, and he couldn't help but take a dozen steps back. He felt a chill run down his spine. He had heard of Yi Fan's name when he was still a small cultivator. Now that he had actually grown to such a level, he could definitely look down on the world. Although he had cut his way after the great change of the world and might be able to reach the Saint Realm, compared to Yi Fan's cultivation speed, the difference was like heaven and earth. Perhaps Yi Fan looked at him like he was looking at an ant. It was too easy to kill him. It's hard to turn back after stepping on that path. If you want to come back, you have to at least enter the Great Sage Realm. Could it be that fellow Yi already has such combat power? A very old elder of the Ji clan said. He knew far more than the others. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed once again. This was equivalent to the return of a great sage. With such combat power, no matter where he was, he could dominate the world. Ji Ziyue's mother wiped away the tears on her face and pulled her daughter, as if she had endless things to say. Her face was full of love. She didn't care about anything else. She only missed her son and daughter. Ji Ziyue's father smiled. Back then, he and his wife didn't object to his daughter's relationship with the divine physique, but there was too much resistance in the clan. Today's result wasn't bad. At this moment, regardless of whether it was those who liked Yi Fan in the past or those who had prejudice against him, they all had complicated expressions. This was a true invincible heavenly king. Things were different now. If he opened a sect, just these 12 saints would be enough to shake the world and look down on the world. This combat power was extremely strong. After a long time, people finally recovered. Ziyue, what realm are you at? One of Ji Ziyue's granduncles asked in a pleasant manner. Saint King 8th Heaven, Ji Ziyue answered truthfully. Everyone was pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but sigh. That ancient path was indeed a good place to train people. Facing the supreme experts of various regions, all kinds of tempering, in the end, if one didn't die, they would definitely be dazzling. How Yue? Did he become the great sage? The eighth elder of the Ji clan asked hopefully, hoping to hear even more shocking news. If he could suppress Yi Fan, he would be at ease. The ancient path was far away and cut off time and space. The section connecting to Big Dipper was on the verge of collapse. Back then, Yi Fan walked for more than 10 years before reaching the first stage. It was difficult for news to pass back and forth. Even if sages from the outer realms came to Big Dipper, they didn't even know the results of the battles on their own ancient path. It was even more difficult for them to know the situation on the human ancient path. In the myriad realms, Yi Fan was the 55th person to reach the end and step onto the heavenly path. He was also the first cultivator to return to Big Dipper from the human ancient path. Before this, there was no news about him. Ji Ziyue shook her head and explained some of the situation. Everyone else has been fighting for hundreds of years. Why did you guys come back so early? One of Ji Ziyue's aunts asked. She held her hand in a doting manner. Because I missed home. Meanwhile, Yi Fan has defeated everyone on the human ancient path and is invincible now, Ji Ziyue said softly. What? Compared to Yi Fan's realm, this news was even more shocking. It shocked everyone in the Ji clan. This was a shocking matter. Realm was something geniuses could grind their way up. At the very least, before the Great Sage Realm, it shouldn't be a problem for talents like Jianghu. However, there could only be one person who could sweep through the ancient path and be invincible. The human ancient path was a path where many cultivators from ancient planets and small worlds gathered and competed. It wasn't as simple as a single planet. It included all of the human race. The emotions of the Ji clan changed once again. From shock to complexity, then to astonishment. Each of their hearts pounded violently. They felt that Yi Fan was simply the embryonic form of a future supreme being. In a daze, they saw the light of a great emperor blossoming. Although there were many ancient paths in the myriad realms, being invincible on the path of the human race, the largest race, definitely had an extraordinary meaning. According to the ancient records, the human race had never fallen out of the top 15 during the final battle of the Emperor's Path. In other words, at their worst, they could be ranked 15th in the universe. There was no doubt about Yi Fan's strength. If there were no accidents, he would definitely be one of the strongest in the future. It was possible for him to be ranked from 1st to 15th. Everyone's blood was rumbling, almost boiling. This person had a deep relationship with their Ji clan. If they could further strengthen their relationship, it would be equivalent to them being on the same side. No matter what, such a future supreme being was worth treating with the greatest sincerity. The 8th elder of the Ji clan felt bitter in his heart. His last trace of hope also disappeared. He wanted to slap his own mouth. He wanted to immediately go into seclusion and never come out again. This era is different from the past. Yi Fan spoke as if he knew what some people were thinking. Everyone calmed down and understood what he meant. The geniuses sealed by the various races were all squeezed into this era. From the mortal physique to the ancient prince, then to the hierarch, and even the chaos physique, it was unimaginable. They couldn't be judged by the standards of the past. Even so, there was no doubt about Yi Fan's strength. He could definitely walk proudly in the world. The Ji clan opened the most majestic front door. This was the highest form of etiquette. They welcomed Jianghu back and invited Yi Fan in. At this time, whoever dared to stop them or speak nonsense would be seen as a traitor of the Ji clan and would be killed. With so many Saint Kings arriving at once, if the Ji clan didn't have an emperor weapon and a hidden foundation, they would really feel that it was unbearably shabby. Yi Fan directly asked where Jizi was. It had been over 100 years. He really missed the time when he fought side by side with Jizi. 100 years ago, he left and entered the universe. We don't know where he is now. The Ji clan replied. When mentioning Jizi, the Ji clan naturally felt that they could be proud. This was the son of the Void Emperor. He had once fought with the ancient prince and participated in the matter of killing the Heaven Prince. He was the same as Yi Fan and would definitely become a supreme being in the future. Yi Fan sighed softly. He didn't know how many years it would be before he could meet this old friend again. He didn't take the human race's ancient path and was now wandering somewhere. He was probably bathed in blood and fighting to become a supreme being. The Void Emperor's hall was incomparably grand. There was a kind of vicissitude in its simplicity. The higher one's cultivation was, the easier it was to feel a sense of reverence when sitting here. At the very least, the 12 saints were very shocked. They knew their place and didn't dare to act rashly here. A group of important figures from the Ji clan sat with them. They ordered people to bring the best tea and even invited a Saint King. This was an ancestor of the Ji clan who had survived the seal of the divine source during the primordial era. Back then, when Yi Fan and the others attacked the two killer god dynasties, this person had participated in it. Therefore, he wasn't a stranger. He was very surprised by Yi Fan's return. After understanding it, he sighed repeatedly. Through the conversation, Yi Fan understood that the peak figures of the Big Dipper human race like Gai Jiuyo, Great Sage Wei Yi, White Robe Divine King, etc. had all left and entered the universe many years ago. I want to know what happened to the heavenly village. Do you know where my friends and disciples are? Yi Fan quickly asked the question he was most concerned about. The expressions of many people from the Ji clan changed slightly. Some of them opened their mouths as if they wanted to say something. Yi Fan's heart sank. He had a premonition that something bad might have happened. The heavenly village had already moved to the outer region, and was far away from this place of trouble. Could it be that they were still affected? Things might not be as serious as we think, said Jizue's father. Jizue's father spoke.
He was a very valiant middle-aged man with deep eyes and thick black hair. His blood energy was exuberant. In such a flourishing age, when the laws of heaven and earth were changing, his cultivation grew deeper and he had the majesty of a king.
What happened? Yi Fan asked calmly.
Something might have happened to your disciples, but we can't be sure yet.
The Ji clan's holy master said. He first mentioned Yi Tong.
During these years, the sun body shook the Big Dipper and shone brightly. Not only did he kill his peers in the Big Dipper, but he also defeated many elites that descended from the outer region.
His children should be like Yi Tong.
This was a sentence that was widely spread in the Big Dipper.
They all said that this was the second Yi Fan. He took in a good disciple and brought his teachings to greater heights. He now had a successor.
During these years, Yi Tong fought on behalf of his master and defeated many of Yi Fan's opponents in the past. For example, the ancient race experts, the unrivaled Gemini king of the Central Plains, the Nether King Physique, etc. During these years, Yi Fan's name was still spread in the Big Dipper.
The entire world knew about it because of Yi Tong's rise.
He reached the Saint Realm and continued his glory. He battled the world and was truly invincible among his peers.
After hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but nod.
This disciple of his had indeed shone brilliantly, and was destined to look down on everyone. 30 years ago, Yi Tong killed the young prince of the Golden Crow race of the ancient Fire Mulberry planet and caused a great disaster. He was chased miserably and now it's hard to say whether he's dead or alive.
Golden Crow race. Yi Fan's eyes lit up.
He had killed many members of this race. He didn't think that his disciple would also have enmity with them.
Yi Tong is a genius that is rarely seen since ancient times.
He was chased by a few old Golden Crow ancestors that were much stronger than him. He had been running for his life and only calmed down after 10 years.
No one knows whether he's dead or alive.
A few ancestors of the Golden Crow race came out to kill my disciple. The Golden Crow race is really powerful.
Yi Fan's words were cold.
His eyes were terrifying and filled with killing intent. Everyone present felt like their bodies were going to split apart. Luckily, he quickly restrained his aura and asked, "Where's the Black Emperor?"
"He has countless formations. Didn't he protect him?"
"Rumor has it that
Black Emperor disappeared.
For a very long time in the past, the Black Emperor ran amok in the world because he had mastered his formations. During this period of time, he was extremely strict with Yi Tong, Little K, Hua Hua, and the others. He brought them into the Big Dipper from the outer realms. He let them experience the baptism of blood and battles. Without a doubt, the geniuses from the heavenly village were terrifying. They could be said to be incomparable and each and every one of them was proud of the world. The Black Emperor secretly set up many trials and obstacles for them. He nurtured them like he was training a supreme youth. Sometimes, he even used a killing formation to kill them. The hellish training naturally allowed them to improve by leaps and bounds. However, when the Black Emperor disappeared, the situation became somewhat bad. These geniuses that were raised in the Big Dipper encountered terrifying trouble. Someone started to target them. Rumor has it that the killing Saint Chi Luo stood out but was seriously injured by the saints of the outer realms.
He almost died.
What happened to the Black Emperor? Some people said that he excavated a historical remnant and obtained the unparalleled secret of composition. For this, he went into seclusion, but in the end, he had a problem comprehending the Tao and was unconscious for dozens of years. Some people also said that he studied the 5-colored sacrificial altar built by the great emperor and comprehended more than half of it. In the end, in order to experiment, he accidentally teleported himself away. He might have teleported to the other side of the universe.
Yi Fan frowned.
He had nothing to say about the first reason. If it was the second reason, then this damn dog was really as unreliable as before. He teleported people away again and again. This time, it was finally his turn. Your other disciple, Hua Hua, is also amazing. In a few more years, he is destined to become a minor invincible. Unfortunately, he also encountered a calamity. An elder of the Ji family said.
What happened?
Yi Fan's heart sank. He was suppressed and converted by someone. They made him leave the celestial court forever.
He most likely won't be able to return.
The Ji family's holy lord sighed.
Yi Fan stood up.
He was even more furious than when he heard that Yi Tong was being hunted. There was actually someone who converted his disciple. This was even more serious than killing him. Have I really left the Big Dipper for a long time? Hunting down my disciple and making it hard to predict whether he will live or die. Converting my disciple and bringing him into his sect. All of you have great abilities. I want to pay a visit to you one by one. Perhaps this world has been peaceful for too long. I have returned. Chapter 1483. Who enlightened Hua? Longma shouted. It had stayed in the heavenly village for a long time. That little baldy ran all over the place, even though he often framed Longma, Black Emperor, Duanda, and the others. However, who would bother with him? He was just a kid. He would be cute if he was mischievous, and he would be weird if he was evil. But now, the little bastard in their memories had been enlightened. In the future they might not even recognize them anymore. From now on, they would no longer be master and disciple with Yi Fan. They would be strangers to the people of the heavenly village. How could they not be furious? It's a powerful expert from Mount Meru. An elder from the Ji family replied. As expected, it's them. Yi Fan's gaze turned cold and killing intent filled the air. He knew that Hua would definitely have karma with the Buddhist sect. This was all because of the earth. When Hua was 3, he fell into an ancient cave in Tibet and accidentally obtained the scriptures of the Buddhist sect. Hua was like a living Buddhist scripture. If the people of the Buddhist sect found out about it, they naturally wouldn't let it go and would bring it into Mount Meru. However, Yi Fan didn't expect Hua to be so pitiful. It was fine if the Buddhist sect wanted the scriptures on his body, but he was actually enlightened and suppressed. Rather than saying it was enlightened, it was better to say that he was subdued and enslaved. This was an extremely tragic ending. One would rather die in battle than suffer the sin of being enlightened. These were the words passed down by the ancient experts because that was the same as becoming a slave that had lost its sense of self. It was obvious that that person was extremely strong. Hua couldn't resist at all, otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have fallen into such a tragic state. Rebel against them, these baldies are too much. Do they really think we are easy to bully? Flatten their Mount Meru. Longma shouted. He wanted to attack immediately. Is the victorious fighting Buddha overseeing Western Desert? Yi Fan calmed down and asked the people from the Ji family. The ancient Buddha left many years ago and entered the depths of the universe. Now, Mount Meru is no longer under his control. The Ji family's Saint Lord said. Yi Fan nodded. If the victorious fighting Buddha was here, this definitely wouldn't have happened. The waters of the Western Desert were deep, and Mount Meru hid far too many secrets. Were they finally going to face each other today? An elder said, I've heard that the person in charge of Mount Meru is from the outer realms, but I don't know if it's true or not. Some say that an old monk who was suppressed by the victorious fighting Buddha escaped from the dungeon and became the leader of the Great Tempest Temple. You'll know when you get there. Yi Fan's gaze was intimidating. He looked through the window of the void imperial palace and stared at the end of the horizon, his emotions fluctuating. Killing his disciples, converting his disciples, and all of these incidents were extremely ruthless. This was the enmity and pain of having his heart gouged out, and it was intolerable. He had been gone for too long, yet his disciple was actually being bullied and humiliated like this. If it was a fight between people of the same generation, then it wouldn't be a big deal. However, it was a group of old geezers who jumped out and bullied the weak, suppressing his own disciple. This caused his killing intent to soar into the heavens and his blood to boil. He had to go get an explanation. Oh, in recent months, the Golden Crow race has been very active. Some people speculate that Yi Tong might not have died. The race has found clues about him and is currently hunting him down, wanting to execute him by dismembering him. An elder revealed a piece of news that didn't have any basis. Hearing this, Yi Fan immediately made a decision. He would visit the Golden Crow race first and then go to the Western Desert. Hua had been converted, so there was no difference whether it was a day earlier or a day later. Meanwhile, Yi Tong's life might be in danger. Soon after, Yi Fan understood some information about the other people in the heavenly village. Little Kay was currently on the run and hadn't been caught, but she was in great danger. The ancient race wanted to recruit the 2 Silver Blood Emperors and force them to join them. Li Heishui and Dong Fang Yi had once gone to the Western Desert to knock on the door in order to save Hua. In the end, they were almost converted as well. Yi Fan's expression was very cold after hearing this. Where is the Golden Crow race?
Where are they staying in Big Dipper? Longma asked. I don't know where they are. They are very cautious, but every day, there will be strong warriors of the Golden Crow race roaming the world. It is very easy to find their clansmen, the divine lord of the Ji family replied. Yi Fan stood up and bade farewell. Time was pressing and he couldn't delay. He didn't want his disciple to die when he returned after being pursued for 30 years. The important figures of the Ji family all stood up and saw them off. This was a rare courtesy. How many years had it been since such a thing happened? You must be careful, Jizo warned. Yi Fan nodded and said, next time, I will pay a visit with great gifts. Some of the important figures of the Ji family revealed a joyful expression and nodded to themselves. They let Ji Ziyue continue to send them off until they passed the great river in front of the door, Jishui River. The eastern wasteland was still the same. The magnificent mountains and rivers didn't diminish. There were many more strands of holy qi. Occasionally, there would be flowing light streaking across the sky, traversing between the mountains and rivers. Yi Fan soared into the sky and gazed at the great wilderness. He pondered seriously and then brought Longma and the others into the sky, heading towards the battlefield outside the region. There were saints fighting every day there, so there was the most news. He remembered that he had seen the Golden Crow race clashing with others there before. Outside the sky, it was vast and boundless. Great stars revolved in corpses, broken weapons, meteorites floated in the ancient battlefield. There were all kinds of artifacts and the cries of saints could be heard from time to time. Yi Fan and the others were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in outer space and looked down on the vast ancient region in search of enemies. The sudden appearance of such a group of people and their numbers would naturally cause people to be alarmed. That was because non-saints wouldn't dare to come here. Have you guys seen the Golden Crow race appear? Longma asked. There were 6 or 7 people fighting in this region. When they heard his words, they were all indifferent. No one replied as they didn't want to be involved in this dispute. However, their hearts weren't calm. Were they going to find trouble with the experts of Huasong planet? The ancient golden pang spread its wings. Strong winds swept about and golden divine feathers covered the sky and earth. It immediately rushed into the distance and began to search. Longma whistled and moved out with the other saints. They entered an even more distant battlefield. Only Yi Fan stood there without moving. There were people from the Golden Crow race fighting in that direction. Someone pointed out in secret and informed Yi Fan. He immediately took a step forward. The sun and moon reversed and he immediately disappeared from his original location. He appeared in another direction and hurried towards the distant battlefield. This was a vast region where heroes fought for supremacy. Over the years, virtuous figures from outside this region continuously descended and brought many disasters. Conflicts broke out from time to time and there were naturally no lack of world-shocking battles. The Golden-Winged Pang, Longma, Black Bear Saint and the others moved unhindered in all directions in search of the Golden Crow. Along the way, they naturally caused a huge commotion. Many experts were shocked and wanted to see what was going on. This was the central ancient battlefield. A large number of people were fighting chaotically. When Yi Fan appeared, he immediately noticed a golden crow. He didn't say anything and reached out his hand to grab it. Everyone was horrified. This was a powerful golden crow, yet someone dared to grab it barehandedly. Was he treating it like a little chick? Who are you? Are you going to make my golden crow race your enemy? This golden crow shouted loudly. It flapped its wings and rushed into the sky to avoid the large hand. It was horrified and felt an extremely dangerous aura. Who is this, actually daring to do this? Everyone was incredibly bewildered. This young man that suddenly appeared was too powerful. The golden crow released a long cry, tearing through the sky and transmitting its voice into the distance. It was terrified. It was covered by the large hand and wanted to call out to its clansmen. Pooh! In that split second, a rain of blood flew about. Yi Fan grabbed this golden crow in his hand. With just a bit of force, its bones broke and muscles snapped. Golden feathers flew everywhere. It was almost directly crushed to death. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. They were all shocked. This person was too powerful. This was truly like grabbing a little chick. Dealing with a holy blood ancient bird was as easy as blowing off dust. Who is he? I've never seen him before. Could it be that he is a newly descended expert? Which star domain did he come from?
There were many figures on this battlefield. There were many experts here, and most of them were saints from outside this region. It had been less than 100 years since they arrived in Big Dipper, so they had never seen Yi Fan before. Of course, there were ancient race saints here as well. They stared at the center of the battlefield in disbelief, not daring to believe their own eyes.
Could it be that he returned?
He actually became this powerful.
These people's bodies released cold air. They quickly shut their mouths, and their hearts were beating like drums.
They all began to think to themselves,
"Where is the Golden Crow race's nest?"
Yi Fan lowered his head to look at the golden crow in his hand and asked coldly and emotionlessly,
"Hong long glong."
In the distance, a sky-shattering rumbling sound rang through the air. An enormous golden warship appeared with banners fluttering in the wind. The ship was full of Golden Crow race experts, and every one of them had cold expressions. Killing intent overflowed into the heavens. They had heard the angry roars of their own race. Moreover, Longma, the golden-winged roc, and the others had caused a great commotion while searching for their race. They had heard of it, so they immediately rushed over from the neighboring battlefield.
"Who dares to bully the Golden Crow race? Are you tired of living?"
On the warship, an old golden crow shouted sternly, revealing his killing intent. The golden chariot rumbled and crushed the sky. It emitted a dazzling brilliance like a golden cloud pressing down, frightening people to their souls. Obviously, this was a super expert who had become a sacred bird king for many years. He was extremely powerful. There was no lack of saints on the warship. With him as the leader, everyone was filled with killing intent. Everyone was uneasy. There was no doubt that the Golden Crow race was powerful, but it was rare to see such a ship full of experts appear at the same time in recent years. Where were they going to fight?
"You guys are all ready to set off. Could it be that you're going to hunt down Yi Tong?"
Yi Fan said coldly. "So what if we are?"
"What does hunting down that evil creature have to do with you?"
The old golden crow said coldly. Someone on the warship finally recognized Yi Fan and revealed a terrified expression. He secretly transmitted his voice to the old golden crow, saying, "No, this person looks a little familiar. He's that saint physique from more than 100 years ago. He has returned."
"What? It's him."
The old golden crow's heart sank. Not to mention the saint physique, as long as it was someone who had returned from the ancient path alive, they couldn't be provoked.
"Hurry up and let go of my race's experts. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial."
A young golden crow didn't know anything at all. He shouted arrogantly with a cold gaze.
Slap.
The old golden crow gave the young golden crow a big slap, making him bleed and shut him up. He quickly issued an order and immediately broke through the void, wanting to escape. "You bullied my disciple, and now you still dare to roar at me?" Yi Fan said calmly with a cruel smile. He slowly reached out a golden hand and pressed forward. The heaven and earth immediately collapsed. A golden hand fell, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was like a vast and unfathomable golden cloud pressing down. Crack! The ancient ship broke into pieces and disintegrated in an instant. Moreover, at the same time, everyone on the ship cried out in fear, including the old golden crow. He had been a saint ruler for many years, but even he was terrified. He couldn't resist. Blood splashed everywhere. One after another, the golden crows exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and bone fragments fell in all directions. It was as if they had been directly crushed by a great pressure. "Ah, no!"
The people on the ship screamed.
All the golden crows exploded, and a bloody mist filled the air. In almost an instant, the entire ship of golden crows was completely destroyed by Yi Fan's golden hand.
Who is this person? He's too terrifying.
There were many saints in this area. Seeing this scene, all of them were shocked. Their hair stood on end, and they felt a chill from head to toe. This kind of battle prowess was universally shocking. "It's him, the human race's sacred physique. I saw him more than 100 years ago." Finally, apart from the ancient race, there were also saints from the outer realm who recognized Yi Fan. They couldn't help but cry out involuntarily. "What, the human race's sacred physique has actually returned?" Everyone was shocked, and their hearts surged with monstrous waves. The human race's sacred physique had left for more than 100 years. Who would have thought that he would return today with such power? His invincible attitude had intimidated everyone and shocked everyone. After a short period of silence, this place suddenly boiled up. All kinds of noises rang out. The human race's sacred physique had returned. This news was like a sudden clap of thunder, shocking everyone and quickly spreading throughout this battlefield. It was destined to cause a great commotion. Chapter 1484. Yi Fan shattered the golden warship with his palm, causing all the Golden Crow experts on the ship to explode and turn into a bloody mist. Everyone had perished. This result was undoubtedly shocking. The Golden Crow's blood splashed everywhere as the old Golden Crow Saint King's primordial spirit screamed in fear. Who could resist such power? They couldn't even escape. Apart from the old Golden Crow, everyone on the ship had perished. Yi Fan clenched his fist, and the bones of the Golden Crow Saint that had been caught earlier were broken. His golden feathers were stained with blood as they withered in outer space. He was also crushed to death. This kind of ruthless method made everyone's hair stand on end. Yi Fan was cold and emotionless as if he had just crushed a group of ants. The scene immediately quieted down. All the heroes shut their mouths and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It was extremely quiet. This kind of ruthless method was truly shocking. That was a ship full of experts led by a Saint King, but Yi Fan had killed them with a flip of his hand as if he was dealing with ants. Everyone knew why Yi Fan was seeking justice for his disciple. He must be extremely angry. His eldest disciple's life or death was unknown, which made him want to wash the Golden Crow race with blood. No one dared to act rashly. They all watched nervously, afraid that they would invite a fatal disaster. The human race's saint physique was no longer what it used to be. It was like an insurmountable mountain pressing down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. With Longma and Gu Jinpeng in the lead, 11 saints were mixed in the crowd. They were all Saint Kings, and they were scattered in all directions. They stared at outer space and observed the battlefield to prevent any unforeseen events. Yi Fan searched the old Golden Crow's primordial spirit and learned about the Golden Crow race's nest in the Big Dipper. He also saw many past events. What he couldn't bear the most was that the Golden Crow race had broken off one of Yi Tong's arms and half of his leg. They were still in the race, dripping with blood and cruel. He was furious. This was his eldest disciple. If Yi Tong couldn't defeat his peers, he would have nothing to say. It was a group of old Golden Crows who had joined forces and cut off Yi Tong's arm and leg. Blood splashed into the sky. This scene made him so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Golden Crow, your clan is tired of living," roared Yi Fan. His palm descended onto the final nascent divinity. The old Golden Crow cried out in fear. There was no one who didn't fear death, but it couldn't change anything. Inch by inch, he crumbled and turned into dust amidst his despair and terror. Everyone didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This was too ruthless. This was a Saint King, yet he killed him just like that. With a raise of his hand, he directly turned him into ashes. Yi Fan turned around and left, walking into the distance step by step. He wanted to make a trip to the Golden Crow clan's nest in Big Dipper to demand an explanation and justice. The Lightning Phoenix remained in the Ji family, and the other 11 saints followed behind. They transformed into a stream of light and charged towards the ground with Yi Fan, about to start a bloody massacre. Only after Yi Fan left did everyone heave a sigh of relief. That kind of pressure was too great. When the divine physique's golden blood boiled, it was like primal chaos thunder exploding, making everyone's heart palpitate. It was even more terrifying than facing the real great sage. This was the terrifying part of the human race's divine physique. The higher the cultivation level, the more shocking the strength displayed. It's really him. The human race's divine physique has returned. More than 100 years have passed, and he has killed his way back from the ancient path. Now, he's really too powerful and shocking. Only when Yi Fan's figure gradually disappeared did people relax. All sorts of cries and discussions broke out. This was definitely an earth-shattering event. Few could return from that path. Now, a divine physique known as one of the strongest bloodlines in the universe had returned. This would cause a huge uproar no matter where it was. Is he unrivaled? He probably hasn't become the great sage yet, but he already has a supreme spirit. Who can contend against him? People believe that if the great sage didn't come out, the princes didn't fight, and the chaotic physique didn't attack, Yi Fan would definitely sweep through the world and become unrivaled. He has the green bronze cauldron on him. He had shown it before, and now that he's back, is it still on him? You're still thinking about the immortal cauldron? Who dares to take it? Aren't you afraid that he'll crush everyone? I believe that the great sage and the ancient princes won't be able to hide anymore and will definitely come out. Only they can resist the human race's supreme divine physique. In the battlefield outside the realm, people were shaken. Discussions were everywhere, and the clamor was deafening. Many people rushed towards the ground and stopped their battles. There was no more shocking news than the human race's divine physique coming back alive. They had to report it. They believed that once this news was released, the entire world would tremble. This was an extremely terrifying matter, and it signified the rise of a supreme bloodline of the human race. If the relevant figures didn't come out, then he would be unrivaled. As for Yi Fan himself, he was fearless. He had returned precisely to demand an explanation for his disciple, and he didn't fear anyone. At the same time, taking action like this could intimidate some people, and they wouldn't dare to harm his disciple anymore. All of the murderous intent and hostility would be concentrated on him. In this way, the pressure on Yi Tong, Little K, and the others who were running for their lives would be alleviated. This way, they could survive and wait for Yi Fan to find and rescue them. In simpler terms, he wanted to stand up for his disciple and block all of the murderous intent and hostility for them. He wanted to take their place. Of course, Yi Fan didn't want to throw his life away, nor was he conceited to the point of losing his head. In order to alleviate his disciple's danger as soon as possible, he could only do this. If there really was a great disaster, he had already prepared for the worst. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Is there any news of Yi Tong? Longma asked. Yi Fan shook his head. This ship of golden crows had only received an uncertain piece of news. They heard that Yi Tong might have appeared in the outer realm, so they attacked and patrolled this place. It wasn't true. Their group landed in the north region and attracted many powerful divine senses to investigate. In the end, they discovered that Longma, Gu Jinpeng, and the others were all Saint Kings. They quickly retreated, not wanting to provoke them. There was naturally a great sage, but he wouldn't act rashly. Now that the conflict hadn't reached a certain level, existences at this level wouldn't fight to the death. A magnificent giant city stood on the ground. This was the divine city of the north region. As he walked here, Yi Fan was filled with endless emotions. Back then, during the stone gambling battle, he broke through to the Four Extremes realm, and everyone was watching. The white-robed divine king used his blood to wash the sky diagram and break the curse for him. Too many unforgettable events had happened. Yi Fan was lost in thought. The golden crows had chosen the northern region as their nest. The red land was boundless, and there were patches of red soil that were dozens of miles wide. Not even a blade of grass grew, and no living creatures could be found. It was very suitable for them to live and hide. Most importantly, they had found the 5 elemental fire god essence vein underground. This strange flame was also very suitable for their cultivation. In truth, they had wanted to choose the southern region's fire domain, but their nightmare had begun when a small flame tree made of mysterious runes had appeared. Many experts had been killed, and they had to flee in a sorry state. At this moment, Yi Fan passed through the northern region's divine city on foot. He wanted to take a closer look at this ancient city where blood and tears had once been shed. Who was that just now? Why do I feel that he looks like the portrait hanging in the stone gambling den? Could it be the 6th-generation ancestor of the Heaven's origin lineage, Yi Fan? Yes, it's too similar. He's returned from the outer realm. Heavens, is this real? Many people exclaimed. Unfortunately, Yi Fan's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had left with 11 saints and passed through the city. But this didn't mean that no one could see clearly. There were many ancient race experts among them, and they looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their hearts trembled as they quickly went to report the news. The northern region was the ancient race's main camp. Many powerful royal families were hidden in the various mountains and rivers. They were extremely terrifying, and no one dared to enter those forbidden areas. Oh, there's still a rock in the divine city that hasn't been dealt with. I wonder if the Stone King is still around. I'll go look for it when I have the chance, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Back in the stone gambling war, the Stone King had been too mysterious. It had escaped his eyes and Genesis techniques. It had a life and a will, and he had never seen that rock from start to finish. Yi Fan is back.
What? The human race's saint physique has appeared again? He killed his way back from the ancient road. This news was like a hurricane that quickly swept across the various ancient races. Many people were dumbfounded. In the past, Yifan had gone on a killing spree, making the ancient race experts hate and fear him, especially those of the same generation. Almost all of them had been traumatized. Now, the most outstanding of these people were still saints, but when the name Yifan was mentioned, their expressions would still change. In reality, when Yifan rushed towards the northern region, many of the foreign saints followed him from afar. They immediately sent news to their own races and reported everything. Therefore, his every move was watched by many people. However, they didn't dare to stop him or get close. They could only watch from afar. More than 100 years have passed. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Even the saints have to retreat and don't dare to fight against him. He actually has the aura of an invincible supreme being. An ancient race expert sighed. Yifan had arrived. He was like a storm sweeping across the northern region. He didn't care. He didn't change his direction. His destination was set, and he directly came to a flaming mountain range. There were 5 elemental fire essences underground. The golden crow's nest was built here. Honglong. No one expected Yifan to be so direct. He was like a deity, standing in midair. With a stomp, he directly trampled the mountains and rivers. This was naturally the Dhamma world. He was tens of thousands of zhang tall, his body as tall as the sky, towering into the clouds. An enormous foot stomped down like a small mountain, shaking the heavens and earth. This mountain region immediately collapsed. The earth split apart, the mountain range collapsed. Rubble pierced through the clouds. It was extremely dilapidated and chaotic. Who dares barge into my Golden Crow clan's important land? Several shrill cries rang out. Streak after streak of golden light rushed up. They were like streaks of golden lightning as they tore through the void, dazzling and resplendent. This was a group of powerful golden crows. Among them was the old golden crow Saint King. The others were all extremely terrifying. Holy aura pervaded the air, their power world-shaking. Pang! Yifan didn't say anything. He directly stomped down with force. This contained his natural laws and Tao techniques. This large foot covered the sky and covered the sun. Ah, no! The group of golden crows cried out. They had never met such a terrifying opponent before. He was like a supreme deity. With one foot covering the sky, many experts exploded. They couldn't avoid it. This was the might of a proud world. With one foot, he trampled an old Saint King into a bloody pulp. Regardless of speed or power, they couldn't avoid this foot. They were all trampled underneath. This scene was shocking. The ancient race and the saints from the outer realms all felt their bodies go cold. This was too terrifying. Yifan didn't say anything. He first created a great massacre. Blood dyed the earth red, and a large number of the Golden Crow clan died. Who are you? Most of the Golden Crows hadn't seen Yifan before. At this moment, they shouted and rushed out from the 5 elemental fire essence underground. They looked at him furiously. You killed my disciple, broke his arm, chopped off his calf, and left him dripping with blood. Don't you know his master? This Yi has returned. Yifan shouted. His foot stomped down, shaking the mountains and earth. He looked down at the Golden Crows and said, You bullied and humiliated my disciple. Today, I will demand justice and an explanation. Chapter 1485. What, you are the human race's divine body? The Golden Crow race's people were shocked. The main character had come knocking on their door. They never thought that Yifan would return from the ancient path. They didn't need to ask to know why he came. He wanted to take action for his disciple and pay a debt of blood with blood. The mountain range collapsed, and even the tens of thousands of zhang tall ancient peaks collapsed. The great earth split apart, and the cracks were more than 10 zhang wide. 5 elemental essence surged underground, and fiery light rushed up. This was a world of flames. Yifan was over 10,000 zhang tall, and what he used was the magical world divine ability. Terrifying clouds curled around his chest. His eyes pierced through the mist and directly shot towards the great earth. He stepped on the northern region, shaking the Golden Crow race's nest out. The great earth split open, and light flickered below. Human race's divine body,
Don't cross the line. An old divine king from the Golden Crow race shouted. Behind him, a group of golden crows stood side by side. All of them were shocked and fearful. This murderous star had returned. He was so powerful, crushing so many of their clansmen with a single foot. It made them shiver in fear. I crossed the line? The corner of Yi Fan's mouth revealed a cold smile. His entire body immediately overflowed with boundless blood energy. He was so tall that he towered into the clouds. At this moment, his blood energy was like a golden ocean as it surged. You young ones can't do it, so the old ones joined hands to bully the young. You killed my disciple and crippled his body. Who exactly is crossing the line? His voice was like thunder, raging in the sky. It was also like a dragon blade, slicing through one's eardrums. It was as if a deity was angry. This type of pressure was shocking. The Golden Crow race's people felt a deity-like pressure. Their bodies all felt like they were going to split apart. Their bodies trembled, and many people couldn't bear it. Blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths, and they directly fell onto the ground. This was an unrivaled great power. He didn't need to take action. The aura that was naturally released was enough to intimidate others, making them tremble with fear. They actually wanted to kneel down and serve this place. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. Regardless of whether it was the Golden Crow race, ancient race, or the saints from outside this region, all those who rushed here were shocked. How powerful was this? The human race's divine body indeed had the aura of a supreme being. You! The Golden Crow race's experts backed up one after another. Some of the weaker ones had blood flowing out from their mouths, their bodies cracking apart, as if they were going to explode on the spot. Many people had never seen Yi Fan before, but they were no strangers to his name. When the clan first arrived in the Big Dipper Star region, they had already clashed with him many times. During these years, Yi Fan's disciple fought the world on behalf of his master, his name shaking the northern Dipper continent, spreading his orthodoxy far and wide. He fought many times with the Golden Crow clan's younger generation heroes, even slaughtering the clan's young prince. It was impossible for the Golden Crow race to not have a deep impression of Yi Fan's lineage. They could even be considered mortal enemies. All these years, the Golden Crow race had sent their elders to hunt down Yi Tong, causing him to have nowhere to hide. Even after breaking his arms and legs, they still didn't feel satisfied. They swore to kill him and hack him into pieces. We, the Golden Crow bloodline, are not afraid of anyone. Even if you came back from the ancient Starry Sky Road. So what? You should know that there's always someone stronger than you. If the emperor of our clan comes, no matter how strong you are, you're nothing. Not all of the Golden Crows were afraid. There were a few rising stars who were like newborn calves that were not afraid of tigers. They shouted loudly. This made many saints ponder. They were very shocked because there had always been a legend that the Golden Crow race had an emperor who was called the Great Emperor by the race. For so many years, this supreme existence that had never shown himself had always been like a mountain pressing down on the hearts of the races, making it hard for them to breathe. Even some of the major races were afraid of him. Naturally, people didn't believe that it was a great emperor. It was most likely to be a quasi-emperor. But this was enough. In this world, once the quasi-emperor appeared, he would be absolutely invincible. It would be useless no matter who came, as he could kill all enemies in the world. Yi Fan snorted coldly. His eyes were blazing as he stared ahead. Two terrifying beams of light shot out from his eyes, shattering the world. The young Golden Crow elite who spoke immediately screamed. His forehead was broken into pieces and blood gushed out. He fell to the ground with his back facing the sky. Everyone was shocked. What great emperor! What his majesty! So what if they were afraid? In Yi Fan's eyes, they were only enemies. Since they were on the opposite side, he would kill them when he needed to. There was no point in being lenient. Human Saint Physique, what do you want today? Shouted the old Golden Crow. He was secretly anxious because Yi Fan's power had exceeded his expectations. Only the great sage could contend against such a terrifying power. But their race's old ancestor was in the outer realm and not overseeing the fire vein. What should they do now that the situation was critical? He wanted to stall for time until the old ancestor returned. I want to kill all of you, Yi Fan said coldly. He turned into a normal person and retracted his image. He had been on guard and didn't act blindly without thinking. The Golden Crow race was no small matter and definitely had the great sage overseeing it. He hadn't seen his figure all this time out of fear of a sneak attack. Actually, we can sit down and have a chat. Perhaps our two races have had too many misunderstandings over the years, which has led to a deepening hatred. But this isn't impossible to resolve, said the old Golden Crow. A young and vigorous Golden Crow wanted to retort but was stopped by a fierce glare from the old Golden Crow. He wanted nothing more than to slap Yifan to death. What's there to talk about? Bring out my disciple's damaged body and tell me where he is now, said Yifan coldly. We don't know where he is, but there's no doubt that he's alive. Moreover, his strength has been advancing by leaps and bounds in recent years. The old Golden Crow tried his best to be modest and calm. He suppressed the murderous intent and coldness in his heart in order to stall for time. Yifan stared at him coldly. He immediately knew that the great sage of the Golden Crow race wasn't here. Otherwise, why would they be so patient? With a shout, he ordered them to bring out Yi Tong's body. The old Golden Crow nodded and sent someone to fetch it. Before long, someone came with a jade box. It was over 1 meter long and sparkling. The moment it was opened, Yifan frowned. One of the arms was dripping with blood. It had been cut off by a sharp weapon and the cut was very smooth. The other leg was completely different. It was completely twisted and the bones were shattered. It had been broken by someone in a cruel manner. Who did this? Yifan's voice was cold. Yi Tong was his eldest disciple. Regardless of whether he had grown up or not, he was still a child in his eyes. He had brought him from Ziwei to Big Dipper at the age of 5 or 6. His life was pitiful and his entire clan had been wiped out. He had never thought that this child would suffer like this during these years. Yifan put away the jade box and walked forward like a divine lion entering a flock of sheep. His golden battle intent surged and the world trembled beneath his feet. He walked forward step by step, causing the surroundings to tremble. He was like an immortal king descending to the mortal world with matchless divine might. That arm and broken leg made him both shocked and furious. He felt sorry for his disciple and couldn't control his anger any longer because of the Golden Crow race's arrogance. Boom! He punched out. A true dragon's sword, an immortal phoenix sword, a white tiger roared, and a black tortoise expanded the sea. All kinds of immortal spirits lingered in front of his golden fist. Set up the formation. The old Golden Crow shouted. He had already been prepared for a long time. The others hurriedly took out green formation flags and inserted them into the sky. Strong winds swept for hundreds of thousands of miles. This was a magical artifact left behind by the great sage of the Golden Crow race. It contained a profound formation that was left behind for his clansmen to protect this place just in case. It could display the power of an initial stage great sage. Its magic power was terrifying and engulfed the world. A hazy mist enshrouded the area like a green veil. However, Yifan didn't put it in his eyes at all. He charged forward alone. True dragons, immortal phoenixes, white tigers, and other immortal spirits lingered around his golden fist as he crushed everything in his way. With a rumble, all kinds of immortal spirits roared and soared between heaven and earth. He was like a flying immortal with matchless fist power. He smashed dozens of green flags, and as if he had entered an uninhabited land, he directly charged over. Celestial Emperor's Fist. The formation was destroyed in an instant. Tens of thousands of miles were reduced to ruins. Mountains collapsed and the flags were torn to pieces as the destruction engulfed the boundless earth. In the end, only a golden figure was left standing in this area. All the other formations had turned into dust amidst the resplendent golden radiance. The Golden Crows were greatly astonished. It was unknown how many of them had died as blood rained down. Yifan had swept through everything with a single punch. Was this still human power? How could he resist? Only a portion of the upper echelon of the Golden Crow race retreated into the fire vein when Yifan swung his fist. They were horrified to have escaped this calamity. The survivors were trembling with fear. You master and disciple have killed our race's experts. You must suffer a calamity. When our race's great emperor descends upon this world, no one will be able to stop him. No matter how powerful you are, you will still die. The old Golden Crow shouted. At this time, they had shed all pretense of cordiality. Even if he compromised, it would be useless. Yifan's murderous intent filled thousands of miles. He had come for his disciple, so he couldn't stop now.
Yi Fan's expression was cold. He had already blasted open the earth with a single punch, revealing the underground fire vein. There was a giant crow's nest there with flames soaring into the sky. Without a doubt, this place was protected by a formation. Ordinary people would find it difficult to break in. This was their race's forbidden ground in Big Dipper. All the golden crows that destroyed my disciple's body must die. Yi Fan only had these words. Everyone, don't tell me you don't know? The green immortal cauldron is on his body. It contains the secret to becoming an immortal. How did he return from the ancient path and become comparable to the great sage in such a short time? It must be related to this cauldron. The old golden crow shouted with sinister intentions. There were many experts in the distance, including the ancient race and saints from the outer realm. They all knew that the green immortal cauldron was on Yi Fan's body. It was just that the current Yi Fan was too powerful, so they didn't dare to snatch it. However, this didn't mean that they didn't have greedy thoughts. If everyone is afraid, quickly invite the great sage to suppress the human race's holy physique and seize the green cauldron. Our race can comprehend it together, the old golden crow shouted with malicious intentions. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth as he muttered to himself, I'm actually hoping that everyone will come. Otherwise, how can I live up to my expectations? You. The golden crow expert saw that Yi Fan was unstoppable and directly approached the crow's nest. All of their expressions changed. The formation couldn't stop him and was useless against him. Boom! The space between Yi Fan's brows flourished with brilliance. An inch-tall little cauldron flew out and rapidly enlarged. The energy of all living things circulated and poured down like thousands of waterfalls. With a loud sound, the energy of all living things smashed into the crow's nest. After 3 consecutive strikes, the heaven and earth shook and the fire veins collapsed. The golden crow's nest was torn apart and completely broken. Even with the support of the great sage's formation, it wasn't enough. It couldn't stop Yi Fan's attack at all. When the cauldron fell, all living things would be destroyed. Fight it out with him. The old Saint King of the Golden Crow race roared. He couldn't escape at all. Yi Fan's laws and order had already spread out, sealing the heaven and earth and locking down the vast sky. Yi Fan's expression was calm. He let out a soft shout and let out a Dao sound. It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded between the heaven and earth. The old golden crow exploded on the spot. A rain of blood and lustrous white bone fragments flew everywhere. It was incomparably terrifying. This result made the heaven and earth cold to the extreme. The experts of the golden crow race retreated. Their faces were pale and they were trembling with fear. Many people directly went limp on the ground. Just how powerful was this? A single shout had roared a powerful Saint King to death. As expected, this was the spirit of a supreme being. Let's end this. Yi Fan walked forward and let out another shout. He also waved his right fist. The golden light was like the sea and the chi surged for thousands of miles. Puffed, puffed. This place had turned into an azure field. All of the golden crows exploded, their bodies exploding one after another. Their primordial spirits were also shattered, and their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. Yi Fan had only used 1 punch and 1 shout to kill all the remaining golden crows. How could people not be shocked by such heaven-defying methods? Bloody mist pervaded the air and the place was completely silent. The heaven and earth were absolutely silent. All the heroes were terrified and many people couldn't help but tremble. With a flip of the hand, he could summon clouds and rain. Today, the human race's saint physique could look down on the heavens and earth. Killing the golden crow race was just this simple. This shocked everyone. Chapter 1486. The fire veins caved in piece by piece and exploded. The crow nest was split into pieces. The golden crows here were completely wiped out, not a single one able to escape. There were many people in the distance, but right now, the world was deathly silent. They had personally witnessed this battle and were all alarmed. Bloody mist curled about. The sparkling white bone fragments were a ghastly sight, indicating that the golden crow race had suffered great losses. The group that arrived in Big Dipper was almost completely wiped out. Not a single person spoke. They were all intimidated by Yi Fan's might. They all stood in the distance, not daring to approach. Yi Fan turned around and left with large steps, disappearing into the horizon. Longma, the golden-winged Pang and the others followed him, leaving this world. After who knew how much time had passed,
this place erupted with noise. The news seemed to have grown wings, quickly spreading in all directions and shaking the 5 continents. The eastern wastelands, central continent, southern mountains, and other places were all in an uproar. Yi Fan had returned. This news quickly spread. He first took action in outer space, and then came to the northern region to unleash a great slaughter. The time interval was short, and only after everything was over did the news truly spread. There was a sudden clap of thunder on the flat ground and a flash of lightning in the clear sky. Without a doubt, the news was too shocking, exceeding everyone's expectations. Before, it was only spread within a small area, but now, a hurricane swept through the central continent, southern mountains, and eastern wastelands. More than 100 years had passed, yet Yi Fan actually appeared again. Many people were a bit stupefied. He could still return after walking the ancient path? This was rarely seen since ancient times. Just how powerful was he? He crushed the Golden Crow race with a single fist and killed the Golden Crow Old Divine King with a single shout. It was too shocking. The news of Yi Fan's return created a storm that immediately engulfed the great earth, shaking everyone's hearts. More than 100 years had passed, and the mortals had already experienced 1 or 2 eras. However, the cultivators of the past were still here. Regardless of whether they recognized him or not, they were all shocked. This news created a crazy wave, immediately spreading through the realm gates. As long as there were cultivators, they all knew about it. The world was in an uproar. Most of the people in the world have passed away. Yi Fan sighed softly. As he walked on the familiar land of the eastern wasteland, time changed. It was impossible for the mortals of Yi Fan's generation to still be alive. In a sense, it's time to sever my mortal heart, said the Black Bear Saint. How can one's heart be divided into mortal and transcendent? It's all about the human heart. Yi Fan gazed at the land. The mountains and rivers were still the same, but an era had passed. His return caused a huge commotion in the 5 regions. The world was in an uproar as discussions broke out. No one dared to believe all of this. Is the human race's sacred body already comparable to the great sage? It was too shocking. It had only been 100 years or so. Yi Fan didn't hide his whereabouts, walking on the great earth. He gazed into the distance at Origin Ancient Mine and Jade Pool, but he didn't go there. He didn't have the time now. Then, he appeared in the central region, leading the 12 saints. He walked on his own, leaving a few cultivators shocked. They watched from the distance, secretly giving him pointers. The heavenly village was outside this region, so he couldn't find it at all. He could only take the initiative to appear in the world, let his old friends receive news of him, and only then could they meet and find him. Jade Pool, Jiang family, Wind Clan, Great Yen, 10,000 Beginnings, and many other holy lands all learned of this. There wasn't a single great leader who wasn't shaken. Meanwhile, those of the same generation as Yi Fan were stupefied. Did an extraordinary supreme being rise up? The distance between him and their generation was widened, a heavenly moat that was difficult to cross. He should make a trip to our Jade Pool. Yi and the Divine Core are both things he is worried about, just that he doesn't have the time right now. My Wind Clan has a past with him. Will he appear? Wherever Yi Fan appeared, he would stop for a long time, walking extremely slowly. He was scared that he would miss his old friends if he moved too quickly. Serene Moon City was located in the central region of the Eastern Wasteland, one of the central region's 10 great ancient cities. Yi Fan strolled about. The ancient streets were still the same, not much different from before, only the people had long changed. The instant Yi Fan entered the city, the entire street became quiet. Longma, Golden Lion, Green Luan, and the other 11 saints followed behind him. All of them had strange appearances, drawing sidelong glances. Divine Child. Is it really you? In the distance, a timid voice transmitted over. Little K. Yi Fan stared at a certain part of the void. That place immediately split open, and a dirty young lady appeared. Her clothes weren't very particular, and only a pair of large eyes were bright, revealing a radiance of excitement. This was the heavenly village's heaven's proud daughter. Her aptitude was extraordinary, and she had been carefully nurtured by Qi Luo. She was regarded as the future murderous realm's great sovereign, someone who could easily defeat many king bodies. It was clear that little K. hadn't been doing too well recently, or else she wouldn't be so careless, dressing herself up like this? Which young lady didn't love beauty? It's me. Yi Fan didn't expect little K to be the first to appear. The various events of the past were still vivid in his mind, as if it had happened just yesterday. At that time, little K was only 2 years old. Her steps were unsteady, and she was charmingly naive. She held a pacifier in her mouth and hummed as she faced the morning glow while cultivating. You aren't a fake? As the successor of the celestial court, little K majored in assassin treasured scriptures. Naturally, she could sense everything, but she only asked this out of excitement. She rushed over quickly with tears in her eyes, like a wronged child who had seen the closest person to her. She couldn't help but want to cry. Don't cry, it's no big deal. I'll help you vent your anger. Yi Fan's emotions were also fluctuating violently. He didn't expect to see one of his own so soon. Divine Son, we've lost the Black Emperor, Yi Tong is being hunted down, and we don't even know if he's dead or alive. Hua Hua has also been sent away. Great-grandfather Qi Luo has been severely injured, and the 2 silver blood emperors are being forced by the ancient race to acknowledge their ancestors. Little K was sobbing. She was very emotional, as if she had endless grievances. Not only was little K emotional, but Yi Fan's emotions were also surging, and his eyes were sore. Little K didn't know how to return to the heavenly village because the Black Emperor had lost her in the distant galaxy. Naturally, she had also abandoned them. As a result, they couldn't return to their homes and couldn't find a place to go. It's as unreliable as ever. This was Yi Fan's evaluation. The result made little K smile through her tears. She couldn't help but laugh. This dog was indeed unreliable. It tricked people until it finally tricked itself as well. It researched the formation and transported itself to the other side of the starry sky. It couldn't find its way back. Little K's innate talent was extraordinary. Although she went to temper herself on the ancient path of the starry sky, she was now in the desperate state of a saint. Moreover, she cultivated the great killing arts of the celestial court and became the most outstanding saint killer in this world. She had once heavily injured an old golden crow saint king and almost succeeded in killing him. She had also gone to the western desert to rescue Hua Hua, but in the end, she couldn't ascend Mount Meru and was almost captured instead. The 2 uncles Li Heishui and Dongfang Yi were almost sent away by the Buddhist sections. Yan Yishi and Li Tian were even injured by a group of arhats and ancient Buddhas and almost lost their lives. Little K recounted her encounters in the western desert. She was so angry that even the roots of her teeth were itching. Her old friends hadn't fallen and were still alive. This was the best news. As long as they were still alive, everything was not a problem. After listening to the end, Yi Fan was slightly relieved. The others were fine except for Yi Tong and Hua Hua. Yi Tong was still the one he was most worried about. That day, I fought alongside him and killed many golden crows. However, in the end, we couldn't defeat the 4 old Saint Kings and could only escape separately, little K said. The last time they fought side by side, they were both heavily injured. Yi Tong might have been rescued by Jiang Ting, little K speculated. Little Ting Ting, did you bring her to the Jiang family? Yi Fan was stunned. No, she didn't return to the Jiang family. Little K shook her head. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sun star. Could it be that they had gone there? Don't be anxious. It's not a big deal. All of this is nothing. Yi Fan comforted little K. He had the confidence that he could solve all troubles. These are all experts of the Saint King realm? Little K wiped away her tears and looked at the golden-winged rock and the others. She was very surprised. Yi Fan nodded. The other saints also revealed friendly smiles at her. Of course, Longma was an old friend, so there was a special joy of reunion. Come, let's go to the Sun Star. This time, Yi Fan brought little K, Gu Jinpeng, and the others with him. They shook off everyone else and went straight into the Sun Star. The temperature here was scorching. It was as if fire phoenixes were dancing in the air and burning all things. Ordinary saints could not get close to the core. Yi Fan and the others went straight in and finally arrived in front of an ancient temple. They felt a terrifying aura when they were still a distance away. Golden Crow. Little K was shocked. This aura was even more terrifying than that of a Saint King. The stone temple emitted a holy radiance like a divine sun. This was an ancient temple for worshipping the sun god. It was rumored to be related to the sun saint emperor. There was a teleportation matrix in the temple. An old golden crow sat cross-legged and waited quietly. His aura was terrifying. He was surrounded by essence fire of the sun and looked like an ancient god. Yi Fan naturally knew that the teleportation matrix led to the most mysterious place in the sun star. It was surrounded by chaos and essence fire, making it difficult for outsiders to approach. That was Duanda's resting place. A peerless matrix had been set up with broken imperial patterns. It was also protected by the sky-devouring demonic cover. Even the human demons had stopped in their tracks and could not get close. The old golden crow had discovered this place. He definitely could not get close to Duanda and could only guard here. Who is it? The old golden crow opened his eyes and glanced coldly at Yi Fan. His blood energy surged like a vast ocean. Is my disciple inside? Did you block him here? Yi Fan asked instead of answering. It's you, the human race's divine physique? You've actually returned. Good timing. The old golden crow's name was Jianghu. He was one of the ancestors of the race. As the great sage, his magic power was monstrous. Although he had never seen Yi Fan, he had seen his statues. Jianghu attacked directly. At this time, he was a golden-haired old man. He stretched out his hand and turned it into a giant claw, grabbing at Yi Fan and the others. Bang! Yi Fan's fist smashed over and collided with his golden claw. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Wind and thunder raged. It was extremely terrifying. Even the sun was shaking. You! The golden crow, the great sage, stood up. His right hand was covered in blood. It was almost shattered by Yi Fan's fist. This shocked him. As the great sage, he had actually suffered a big loss at the hands of a Saint King realm brat. It was really strange. Great sage of the Golden Crow clan, you want to kill my disciple? Why don't you go to sleep with your descendants? Yi Fan said calmly. What did you say? What happened to my clan? Jianghu shouted angrily. I said that your descendants have been killed by me. It will be your turn soon, Yi Fan said calmly.